Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours.
Hello, everybody. Welcome on back here to more of the Kunoichi Kommotion here in the Rising Division. We have a phenomenal day 2 ahead of us. It is going to be me piloting the cast here, along with Spectrion by my side. And Spectrion, how excited are you to get into these matches?
I mean, it's always hugely exciting to be on a broadcast such as this. I mean, I got to work on this package yesterday. I was casting the EU Open yesterday, but just seeing it again, it's just, this stream just looks so clean. It always kind of blows me away. And of course, games as well were super exciting back then and should continue to be so today. Of course, stakes going to be high, as it is going to be a double elimination bracket. 3 games we're going to be bringing to you, and of course crowning a champion. So we should be getting that underway relatively shortly. And these 2 teams we got playing, Redacted, Calling Your Heroes, and UD Phoenix, could be close between them.
Yes, certainly. We had that sort of kerfuffle happen yesterday with the round robin. Everybody played against each other to see where everyone was stacking up. Ultimately, Redacted calling all heroes. They didn't drop a map looking incredibly strong, but, their opponent, UD Phoenix, not necessarily the best round robin performance, but it doesn't matter about that right now, right? You made it into the bracket stage, you're chilling, you got where you needed to be. Now, you're here, right? You just got to prove your worth against probably the best team right now.
I mean, that's how it works at the end of the day when you're using some sort of, round robin seeding system. Qualification is one thing, it's kind of the big, goal, and once you qualify, you can almost not care about your seeding, but also when you get first rounded against the best team, arguably, in the tournament, not the greatest feeling in the world. So hopefully we can see a bit of a clutch up, as it were, from the kind of underdog side here. We can see, a little bit of an overperformance, so this game does go close, maybe even become an upset, but, we can just take a quick look at the bracket here. Redacted, Calling All Heroes, and UD Phoenix going to be playing right now, but of course, while this is going on, we will also have Kaiju Corp playing NDA Inferno in the background. The winner of both these games will go to play each other. The loser will be playing for elimination. They will have to be picture perfect if they want to make it through into the finals, and of course, that elimination game, that's what we're going to be covering next, Megalas.
Yeah, exactly. Since, like you said, we have 3 amazing games to cover for you. So, whichever one of these teams ends up losing this first round, we'll get to see them again very shortly. And an elimination pressure, sometimes it brings out the best in squads. So you can look forward to that for sure. But yeah, it's just a very nice bracket here. But I think, unless, there's more rambling that needs to be done, we can really start looking at these lineups, starting with Redacted Calling All Heroes. And, there's a reason this squad, they didn't drop a map yesterday, right? Doobie Starry on the DPS line, Phoenix rising from the ashes on tank, and then Mariposa and Moonlight being the solid, ever-dependable supports. Spectrum, this squad is just amazing right now.
Yeah, they seemed so well-rounded yesterday, and I think in a meta like this, where counter-swapping isn't maybe as strong as it's been previously, and it's having a team who's well-rounded and who can kind of just, zero in whatever the problem is, just super, super powerful, super, super versatile, and of course, the individuals can just hit the shots too, so they're going to be the ones to beat. I think the other 3 teams in the bracket going to be taking a very, very nervous eye to wherever they are in the tournament, but playing up against them, their first obstacles to the championship is UD Phoenix.
Absolutely. Shy and Eliana on the DPS line, Soup rocking that tank, and then Cozy and Frostbite being your ever-dependable supports. And it's, a little bit of irony, right? UD Phoenix is going up against Phoenix on the other side on that tank role. But really, we've painted the picture already. This is a squad that is definitely going to have to punch up compared to the performances from yesterday to really strike a blow. But, maybe the extra factor could be that now that we're out of that round robin stage, we're in first to 3 matches. Everything yesterday was just 2 maps, quick as you like, done. And you weren't ever really able to get any sort of momentum in series like that. So maybe that with that extra map in play guaranteed, it could be the thing that sends teams the distance.
And it also allows teams to, definitely get at least another push in specifically. So if you happen to be strong at any push map, then it means that no longer do you have to clutch up on a pick that maybe isn't for you to get something that's comfortable for you. But it also allows us to, should we go deep into the series, also see, so Escort, Flashpoint, all these kind of maps that we haven't seen before, at least in this particular tournament, the Rising and A bracket. So there's a lot of things here. And of course, at the end of the day, when you have another map to warm in, that just makes it so much easier to get kind of a reverse sweep going, to start getting some real momentum into the tournament, into the series as well. So you see the map pool here on your screens. I personally haven't seen any of the Escort maps, so that's what I'm kind of looking forward to. If we see a Route 66 or Junkertown, could be ecstatic. I'll be so real with you as well. When I was casting EU yesterday, I saw 4 Eichenwalds in a row, so this is a polite request. Please don't pick Eichenwald for hybrid. Just I'll Venmo you a $5, okay?
Well, it's just that dependable factor, but I think there's definitely some variation there in hybrid that going there. I hope teams decide to mix it up, get a little bit creative, but we can't look to hybrid just yet because we have a control map in our way. And the first map, actually a pick coming through from Redacted Calling All Heroes, being Samoa. Of all of the Koth maps, this really is the most interesting one for a team to pick out, I feel.
Yeah, it's still relatively new, but I don't think it has any crazy wrinkles to it that kind of force, this or that. I would say that normally you'll see a little bit more brawly, pokey style comps on Volcano specifically. So Orisa, I personally think very strong there, but Ramatras as well, Reinhardt's could be playable if either of these teams want to move towards something like that. And on the other 2 points, then they are going to be a little bit more open with what you can play. It doesn't have crazy abusable high ground, so Dive in general I don't think is super strong here, but again, we're in a relatively decent patch for Dive, where you very much can play it if it is your comfort comp, if you do have the individuals to execute on that strategy. So I think everything's kind of up in the air here, but if they just want to, meta slave, then they will just end up on the Orisa, Sojourn, Tracer pretty much 24/7.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like that meta, it's almost like an ever-looming presence of if we need to go to it. It's like a nuclear button, if you will. You press it and you just sort of figure things out from there. But like you said, Dive, it's starting to feel a little bit better with each passing days. More and more people are seeing, it run in some different parts of the world, and they're like, hang on, maybe we can get away with it just a little bit. But currently, neither squad hovering exactly what we expect, Spectre.
Yeah, I mean, from Redacted calling our heroes, I think this is super interesting, having no Lucio. While this does allow you to have Moonlight, for example, on this Illari for this extra poke damage, angles control, then it means you lose out on a lot of timing. If this is what they end up running out on, they will be getting to the point second, even if Phoenix plays the Doomfist. So, might be a little bit slow for them, but they will be able to put out the results when they actually get to the objective. UD Phoenix, a little bit more standard, I say, but still going to be super cyclical. Pay attention to how Shy decides to invest his railguns and how Ileana decides to use that turret form, because when both of those are expended, then Redacted calling a hero is going to have a massive advantage. When the opposite is true, then UD Phoenix will be the ones coming out up on top.
Yeah, as we're starting to get into it, UD Phoenix, they're sending their Orisa to point to sort of be the one to establish presence first here, exactly what you'd expect. Meanwhile, this Bastion from Eliana just lying in wait, waiting for the moment Redacted calling all heroes decides to push forward with that turret form. A cooldown ever present. Now you're seeing the Sigma come down. A massive anti-nade puts everybody on UD Phoenix on alert here. Soup dropping incredibly low, forced to burn cooldown after cooldown along with the turret form, but it won't be enough before Soup is finally taken down with the railgun at the hands of Doobie, and that's going to be the first domino falling here now. The ERE claiming their pound of blood, and seems like the rest of the team was able to disengage for UD Phoenix.
Anti-Force Lamp, then even though the lamp allows Soup to stay alive for that cycle at least, then still takes too much damage. The anti, of course, stops the healing from coming through, and a while after that, when Soup is again under pressure, there is no immortality field to keep them alive. So goes down in this first fight. UD Phoenix have to drop back, and re-aggressing now seems to struggle for a way inwards.
Yeah, I mean, they're really just trying to figure out the best way in here. It is going to be Shy trying to take a bit of an off angle and finding Starry Night as soon as they get booped off the high ground there. Massive amount of synergy here. Redacted calling all heroes now kind of sent reeling. They're short one person figuring out exactly what needs to be taken out here first. It is the pylon from Moonlight, so that healing does not come through from the ERE for free, and they're going to get the point flip here, but I don't know if this fight is necessarily done, but Redacted calling all heroes opting to wait for their cast.
And that makes enough sense. There's no reason to keep forcing a numbers disadvantage fight if you don't think you have a way of finding the trade, especially when double sports coming online. This Overclock 2 from Doobie is on the horizon. UD Phoenix won't have any tools bar the sports as well.
And they're having to use nade there to keep Phoenix alive, and they're able to do just that. Getting that Sigma nice and healthy is what you want to see, but it is again this Sojourn going on an off angle, but now an Ult Palooza is occurring. Soup will be the first victim once again here. The Captain's Son not landing on anybody. Meanwhile, Cozy has invested that sound barrier, so even though they're down their tank, there's plenty of survivability. The Sigma trying desperately to live with that kinetic grasp, and will manage to do just that. Now with the overclock being committed from Doobie, it's putting in the damage, allowing the rest of the squad to find these kills. And there's just a last-second contest coming out from Cozy here. But UD Phoenix, they'll walk away with about 46% for their troubles.
And as well, you walk away with a significant ult advantage, right? If I'm UD Phoenix, I almost don't mind giving up the lead in terms of the percentage, because I know for a fact that the ultimates that Redacted can have are significantly weaker than what I have to bring to the table. So, for example, an Overclock window combo could spell the end of this fight, but even if, teams just go for ult, then eventually it will be UD Phoenix with an advantage.
Yeah, and so now that Amplification Matrix already out, taking out that pylon once again, so crucial. The Sigma has no abilities to live anymore. Phoenix already removed from the fight, but a massive anti-nade is going to spell the end of Cozy here. 4v4 situation, but again, being short that tank just lacks so much forward pressure here on the side of Redacted calling all heroes. But it seems like right now, the Phoenix, they're respecting the space. They're allowing it to be played out because they all just got antied up.
I've been super impressed with the Ana play we've been seeing. From Ice in particular. These nades have been so consistently disruptive to UD Phoenix's game plan, even if it doesn't maybe find a final blow. Shy, down to 30 HP, that's a Sojourn out the fight for a long period of time.
Yes, indeed, and now Soup in alone is going to fall over once again as we're heading towards what could be the cap of the entire point. The Blizzard going to be thrown out. I don't think anybody's going to be caught in it, but Shy will be able to find one with that overclock. The trade's coming back and forth here, but that's going to favor who's in control. Now you're seeing Phoenix pick everybody up with that Gravitic Flux, slam them into the ground, and end this round for Redacted calling all heroes in a very clean fashion.
I think for me, the way I'm seeing this game shape up right now, I think that because UD Phoenix are playing the Lucio, then they have a lot less actual numerical contribution to this team fight, right? Lucio doesn't do much healing, doesn't do much damage. In exchange, you have this speed, which allows you to enable stronger pressure cycles, right? You can dive people more or less. You can just run into their backline. But we're not really seeing that. We're seeing a little bit of maybe uncertainty from UD Phoenix. And because of that uncertainty, it's so easy for Moonlight and Ice just to crossfire them. Because this Illari, and to a lesser extent this Ana as well, just does, I mean, a metric truckload of damage, right? They're just getting shredded to pieces. But we're seeing wholesale changes here. I love what we're seeing actually from Redacted Cat. This Malga Rush, with the new hero Venture, and it's Ramacho on the other side, but with the Zenyatta Moira, then it can't play maybe as quickly as Redacted can.
Yeah, the Zen Discord is going to be crucial in making sure that Phoenix doesn't live into infinity and beyond here, but yeah, the Venture in play is going to mean that Redacted calling all heroes, they have the space created right now, they're going to be on point first, and it's going to be on UD Phoenix to try to burn some of these cooldowns, just to try to dip their toes into the water here to prevent this cap from going out. Unfortunately, seems like nothing is going to be going their way for the moment as Redacted calling all heroes. Just again, they're established on point, and with Iana going down again on that Bastion, there's just such a large hitbox. It's almost impossible to miss, and that's going to be the go button. Now you're seeing the rest of the squad go in. Cozy will be the first one to pay for it, followed up by Soup, and again, just UD Phoenix, they're sent reeling.
And this is the flip side of having that Lucio, right? You don't have that damage, but having the speed allows you to gain position so much easier than your opposition that Doobie on a super deep angle simply way before Ileana can at all. So Railgun comes through onto the Bastion. He continues just on fire on this Sojourn.
Yeah, Sojourn on off angles over and over again. I mean, that's going to spell disaster for any squad here, as it will just be possibly another calm reset here. You know, Redacted calling all heroes, they're just holding the position so well.
And fair enough to them. Already up to 40%, at least with some UD Phoenix, and even get another touch going, and it looks like they are attempting to push once again. Note the lack of ultimates, though. Entirely dry fire here. Maybe this Coalescence can come online during the fight, but I almost don't see that as a possibility. These fights have been going so quickly.
Yeah, and so now you're just sort of waiting, right? You're seeing UD Phoenix, they're sort of just poking their heads out, trying to find an opportunity, but the opportunity will come on the other side as Frostbite is taken down with that drill from Starry Night. The Venture and Malga, they just combo so well together.
His comp is just so hard to dislodge if I'm Redacted. If I'm UD Phoenix, so Redacted can have so much HP, so much kill pressure, especially at close range, that you feel like you can't get close to it. I think now with ults online for UD Phoenix, maybe they have a better shot here, but the same could be said of their opponents, and the sound barrier of Moonlight especially is, I think, the real nail in the coffin here, perhaps, for this attack. I don't see any way of getting past it.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult now. It's super early Coalescence from Frostbite just to try to help them gain some space and momentum, but the Malga's more than willing to slam in, build ever closer to that cage fight, but actually dies in its cast! So it will be a trade of tanks here as we're ticking towards 90%. The Transcendent's going to keep everybody on UD Phoenix super healthy for the time being. Now the Railgun coming out from Doobie along with the Sound Barrier means that this Sojourn is not going anywhere anytime soon, and with pick after pick going the way of Redacted calling all heroes, UD Phoenix can't touch the point, and that will be Samoa in their hands.
Yeah, super impressive from what Redacted Cat can bring to their table. I think we mentioned it in the kind of pre-show, right? But the really impressive thing is how they can just adapt, and they show two entirely different looks, and they look fantastic on both of them. I think Doobie on the Sojourn's the only person who, didn't change between those two rosters of Redacted Cat, and so having that kind of versatility allows you to not only adapt to different submaps on Control, but means that the pick that UD Phoenix now have as to what the next map is maybe feeling a little bit more weak, because you don't have that same level of, they can't play this comp, so we will instead force them to play their either bad comp on a map that's bad for it, or, a comp that they're good at, but, so you see kind of how they are getting the lead here in this series on Redacted Cat. And, if I'm the opposition, if I am UD Phoenix, it is very much back to the drawing board. I think we definitely saw flashes of brilliance, especially with Shy on the Sojourn, finding some great railguns, but I think that the rest of them seem very quiet, especially just kind of struggling to take this space. Once they figure out, I think, how to control this space, rather than just kind of exist, wait for something to happen, I think we'll see a much more competitive series.
Yeah, and who knows, maybe with their next map selection in tow, it could be that little difference turner, seeing as now UD Phoenix gets to make that pick. And Spectrion, they heard your prayer. We are not going to the German castle.
Let's go!
Instead, we are heading to the ever-famous streets of Hollywood. And this, like you said, it can be a good composition swap up here, right? Hollywood definitely leans itself more towards dive compositions. There's so much higher ground to control across all 3 points. Really, Diva, Winston, they really can make sort of niche little compositions like that work incredibly well here. So I'm interested to see exactly what both these squads want to roll out on.
I mean, you don't have to play dive here at the end of the day, though. What you can also do is just play poke, and as long as you continue to fight for the high grounds from a defensive position, then it's still very viable. Attacking a little bit trickier, but on this defense, then I think it's going to be a super hard attack for UD Phoenix. I mean, with the just angles control, the choke control that they have to bring to bear, then I don't really see an easy way of them cracking through, other than just running to the point and forcing Redacted Cat to respond to that. So we'll see what kind of rotations UD Phoenix go for. In a straight-up fight, they are going to lose it out, but if they can get in close, then Ileana, Soup, they will win out a duel, especially because, Phoenix, super strong at long range, but if they get pressured close range, then that shield's not going to do anything for you. The Kinetic Grasp as well doesn't absorb those fists. So you will ultimately fold if you get run over. It's on Redacted to Cat to stop that from happening. UD Phoenix have to force it.
Yeah, force it with some good rotations. Cozy giving a motivational concert in the spawn there to let the whole squad know, hey, we got this. No reason to worry just yet. As we're seeing their first attack, obviously Redacted calling all heroes holding aggressive on that high ground. And the Iari is going to mean that without a venture, UD Phoenix, they're fighting short-handed heading through this fight, but they're committed to the rotation. They're now behind the point, and you're seeing the Ramatra get in the face of that Sigma, dropping incredibly low. Is Phoenix now needs some healing up, and Shy with a beautiful... That's an interesting spot for Pylon, but what's more interesting is the fact that it's now one of the main sources of healing with Mariposa gone, taken out of the fight. All of UD Phoenix dropping incredibly low here, but this is giving enough time for Iana to get back into the fight on the venture here. So now 5v4 advantage is the other way in UD Phoenix's favor here. But there's just so much sustain right now. Redacted calling all heroes, they're rotating perfectly. Nobody's overextending. And sure, they had to give a tick for the moment, but now it is just going to be poking out that pylon once again, making sure it's not there. Immortality Field now out from Frostbite, as well as an anti onto that Baptiste is going to mean eventually the damage will connect to take them out of the fight. And with Soup following up next, it seems like one tick and some change is all that's going to be gained here for UD Phoenix.
If it just settles, then it is still pretty nice to get that progress. As well, you've charged pretty close to some ultimate abilities. This Sound Barrier now active to counteract the Captive Sun, as well as the Gravitic Flux that Redacted Cat have to bring to bear. And I think it's a great idea from UD Phoenix, but unfortunately it just doesn't end up panning their way. I think if they just try it again, maybe don't get picked off in the rotation by that Ilari once again, then they have a great shot at getting a victory. Rock invested, Frostbite dead, you have to go back to spawn here.
You have to. It's not like a venture where you can continue to poke, and yeah, you're seeing already the damage is being dealt left, right, and center. There's not much to say, except for the fact that UD Phoenix is back in the spawn room once more.
That is kind of the big difference maker between the Ramatra and the Reinhardt, right? Having that much more deployable barrier does the Reinhardt, so it makes it so much easier to shield those rotations, to protect them, if they maybe aren't as squeaky clean as you'd like. Ramatra, though, doesn't have that same level of flexibility with his own deployable barrier, and so a quick rock into the backline of UD Phoenix, and Ileana sent back to spawn, or Frostbite, sorry, but it is Ileana who moves over to the melee. They want to win out this brawl fight. Spacer can force it. This is a huge advantage for them. If they can't, then might be another issue for them.
Gravitic Flux plus Dynamite, that sound barrier is not going to be long for this world, especially with the anti on top. Soup will be the first victim. Following up here, you're just seeing more and more damage be chucked in. The entirety of UD Phoenix is now split up, sort of caught in the back line here. They're trying to get onto Phoenix. Unfortunately, Doobie is there with that Sojourn Railgun in check, and just a massive fight for Redacted.
I didn't quite see there if Soup didn't get the sound barrier or just took a bajillion damage to die through it. Either way, Cozy had the correct response but wasn't really able to get that fight win. And now, minute left to go, one fight territory, realistically. Redacted calling your heroes have 4 ultimates here. This has to be scary for UD Phoenix. You need a good railgun. You need a good overhook, else you might be almost full health here in the first point.
Yeah, and that's never a situation you want to be. They're off. They're now going to throw another anti down, but Shy getting the first pick. Like you said, a big railgun could be the answer here. They're just looking for another target. Unfortunately, one has not presented itself just yet, but this Sigma, after everything that's coming through, it might just be enough of a sustain. The Captive Sun somehow does not connect with any picks, despite lighting onto, I believe it was 2 or 3 members there. Now with Frostbite taken down again, major source of healing missing, but Cozy can try to do it here with the Moira. The Annihilation on point is going to prevent anyone from Redacted calling all heroes to touch for the moment, but another anti onto Soup here. They're committing the Blizzard even. It's just this chaotic back and forth fight. The Moira's going down. Sure, they get Phoenix, but with the overtime wick starting to burn, Soup's HP pool isn't there, and now it is just a Baptiste versus the world. Unless Shy is going to become like their namesake and put on a performance, I think that is all they're going to get. 69% for UD Phoenix.
Dying there as Cozy as the Moira in that final fight, you have to be kicking yourself, right? I mean, 90% to that Coalescence, you would have had that in a couple seconds maximum, and having that extra throughput of healing and damage both. I really think that could have swung the tide, really turned the tables on their opposition. But as it stands, 69.4% going to be where the buck stops. Redacted calling our heroes a very, very achievable goal, and going to have 4 minutes to get just past 2 ticks here. They seem so ironclad on their defense, but we did say, remember, that this poke comp going to be a hell of a lot harder on the egress in. Don't really have any speed, no ways to break the choke. So if they play the exact same strat, then might be a little bit harder than they would expect. But we'll see what they elect to do as the doors unlock. Looks very different if Phoenix ends up playing this Doomfist. We know it's their favorite hero, locking it in the hero select screen, but still room to change things up. Hovered it, I believe, on Samoa before stopping off as well. And if I am UD Phoenix, I think this is a better comp for the defense. No more Lucio. Instead, you've got this double flex support backline to allow you to take off angles, to allow you to get the damage in. And Ileana on this Torbjorn is also great at controlling these angles, getting that spam damage in, countering out a dive that they expect.
Yeah, and it really just goes to show exactly what's sort of going through UD Phoenix's mind right now, right? Being able to shut down with the Torbjorn, as well as, adding that Kiriko into the mix. Like you said, you lose the speed, but it means that potentially there's more peel, more help coming onto Frostbite, and just making that whole support line just that much harder to take out of it. Meanwhile, they're continuing to run this poke comp for Redacted calling all heroes, and I mean, go until it breaks, right? The Dynamites, the Antis, they've all been there for this entire fight, as we're just seeing, a bit more of this poke back and forth, the Sigma trying to gain some space.
Yeah, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, and no preventative maintenance coming through, at least as of yet, from Redacted Ka. Shy is forced off the high ground, so good progress for them already, but plenty of work left to do. Sigma now walking up to the high ground. Phoenix has some great firing lines here, and Soup in for an unwelcome surprise.
Yeah, I don't think Soup realized just how quickly they were being walked on there, and so now it is Redacted calling all heroes. They were able to establish themselves in this high ground war, but now the war will start with Frostbite being the first pick once again. That being said, the Sigma being removed by Phoenix is a massive thorn in the side of Redacted calling all heroes. You're seeing more and more rails fire off from Doobie here. They're not connecting with anything just yet. A nice cleanse coming through means that for now this defense should hold.
At least for now, though. We'll see if anything changes. Note that they are playing a very passive setup now, so any attempts to push in once again, Redacted Ka will have a much easier time because they don't have to clear high ground, right? So take the frontline trade, could be favorable. High ground now taken for Redacted Ka. All they need to do is heal up, walk onto the point, and they will be in a great spot to take this map.
And I don't think they realize it, but while the rest of Redacted Ka went to the high ground, you're seeing Starry Night in this flank on the low ground. The Torp Turtle will be the first thing to spot it out, so that way it's not just a free Ash raining in damage. A lot of Destructibles being destroyed back and forth. Now the Overclock being committed first from Shy, and it will find Phoenix. The rest of Redacted Ka having to hide here, and you're seeing Shy just get more and more aggressive, feeling themselves. Finally, this is the DPS performance you need to see.
Yeah, this battle is still ongoing, so Shy has to take care not to overextend. And in the meantime, Ice finds a double on the Ana. Both backliners down now from UD Phoenix. They need to scramble for a mystery pick, a miracle play, and so far it has not materialized. Instead, it's Doobie now with an active overclock. Could be used at any moment. They need to get a retake going. There's only 1 tick left to go.
Yeah, and I don't think they're going to be able to get anybody there. They have a Captive Sun waiting for whoever attempts to touch, but unfortunately Soup cannot get there in time on the Ramatra. And so now that is 2 maps in favor of Redacted Ka. And yeah, UD Phoenix, they really just got sent reeling there.
I mean, just absolutely flattened there. I mean, I think a couple of things we already kind of mentioned on the cast I want to reiterate here. So UD Phoenix's original setup was pretty fine. You know, some players playing from Cafe, some players playing from the top of that high ground that looks right over the choke. But after they were forced off that first time, then they all just kind of sit on the objective, which gives you a lot less space. And what it also means is that Redacted Cat have a much easier time just walking through that choke. And just walk through that choke they do. They're basically free as they go up the stairway, and then they have a great spot to convert onto the rest of the objective. It's a good hero moment from Shy with that overclock to punish Phoenix, but unfortunately it's just not enough, and only taking care of the tank, there's still 4 more members of the team who can all very much fire so back, and that's exactly what we saw. It's going to be a reverse sweep, going to be necessary now for UD Phoenix. Redacted Cat got 3 attempts to close out this map, but we believe we're going to go to a short break, and when we're back, we see if this upset can actually come through, or if Redacted Cat will sweep their way through to their next matchup.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for sticking with us through that little break. We had our teams, gave a little bit of a breath, catch their feelings in their throat because, Redacted Ka right now, they're sitting on series point. UD Phoenix, in fear of dropping to that lower bracket, they really need to sort of steal their resolve and figure out what needs to change for them going forward.
There's a lot, I think, to be entirely honest with you. I think that a lot of the time they have some good ideas, definitely, but it seems like once we get past, the first half of the fight, maybe the first half of the map, then they seem to, revert back to the kind of standard, as it were, just kind of playing like we're playing ranked. And I think we've all kind of learned by now that competitive organized play are a different beast entirely. So I think if they can keep their brains on the entire time as well, then we're going to see a hell of a lot closer series. New Junk City going to be coming up next. That's where they've decided to make their final stand. And if I am UD Phoenix, I mean, fair enough. It means we can't see this kind of double flexible backline that Redacted Cat have been trying to move towards as much as they can. So I think that's kind of a fair enough, a tick in their column. But equally, that does mean that we're going to be seeing the same kind of brawl comps that we saw previously. And in that matchup, it was Redacted Cat took that as well. Remember, we saw the Zenyatta Moira backline from UD Phoenix. So hopefully they kind of stay away from something like that. If they even just play, all their favorite heroes with UD Phoenix, I think that would be a great option for a map like this. So super enclosed, of course, is New York City, especially on Arena. A Lucio, of course, a necessity.
Yeah, Lucio's always kind of felt like a necessity here on the Flashpoint maps, just because being able to get from objective to objective is so crucial when these points, they tick up so fast. And, like you said, what their favorite heroes highlighted there could be fun. I actually never knew there was a duck wearing like a map. Like, that's captivating to me. I'm completely lost in everything I'm doing right now. Like, that duck is amazing.
Like, every time I watch some of these observer shots, I see people who play a different video game to me, because I have my brain does not look at the map. I just see a wall. Every wall is like a featureless surface to me, in the game. And then when we see stuff like that, I'm like, wow, this map is beautiful. It's brilliant. The map design is actually really impressive. But I don't know. Maybe I just can't experience it. Back to the game. Redacted Cat. We're seeing this Junker Queen comp with the Tracer Sojourn. Actually pretty meta. Liking what we're seeing, but Ice has been fragging super hard. Won't really be able to on that Moira anymore. And if I'm UD Phoenix, this is a comp and a half. Very similar to what Toronto Defiant used to like to play. But remember, we were speaking about how important Lucio is, and none on the table for him.
No, they instead are opting for the damage power plus the high healing output that they can have with the ERE in tow. So obviously Redacted Ka is going to be able to get onto these objectives first here, but there is sustained potential here, especially with that first pick coming through on a Mary Posa. It means that Moira gone, and it's going to be now Redacted Ka with the ones feeling that lack of healing. This Sojourn's incredibly low. Doobie finally being found out by Cozy here, and this ERE already paying dividends here as UD Phoenix. They should be able to get the first point cap.
Yeah. Pit like that, and you don't really have to do anything. And now this is where your comp's extra strong, right? You don't have to worry about rotations, when you can just set up defensively, set up your turret, set up your Bastion wherever they wish to go, and they're in a much more comfortable spot now. RUD Phoenix. I'd be super worried about this turret, especially if I am Redacted Cat. So we'll see if they elect to bait it or just try and assassinate somebody before there's a real chance for Eliana to adapt.
Yeah, and so right now it seems like that Bastion turret form being forced, it could be the go button here for Redacted Ka. They feel themselves being poked out by this Tracer Starry Night in the backline, and that poke is going to turn their attention away from the Junker Queen with a shotgun in their face. Phoenix being able to take out the Bastion here, following it up with the pick on the Orisa and Cozy. 3, make it 4 for the Queen. Phoenix really stepping up there and getting the flip for Redacted.
It seemed like very much the latter option. Just wait for when they felt that they had an opportunity and W key in. Fair play to them. They found their results. They found their flip. And though it is more or less one fight territory for UD Phoenix, they only get maybe 2 fights. The lack of a Lucio is going to really hurt them now. Didn't too much in that first engagement, but now Phoenix with choke control, those axes, the Rampage could absolutely tear their opponents to shreds.
Yeah, and that Pulse Bomb intended to tear people to shreds, but it goes wide there from Starry Night, so now UD Phoenix are going to continue moving forward here. The Baptiste pulled forward by the Junker Queen's knife, and it's going to be found out. Now that this Orisa committing Terror Surge here, it will find the Lucio, but unfortunately it seems like that's all that's going to be going in their favor. Actually able to take out Phoenix, and now this May block is just going to be alone on point here. Not long for this world is Iana, and Redacted again. They're getting another solid fight.
pretty competitive, but unfortunately now there's a Rampage online for Phoenix. There's no Sound Barrier, there's no Cleanse for UD Phoenix. So I don't really see what you do about this other than just take it as a free fight loss, to be honest. We'll see if a touch can even come through, and it looks like there will be Cozy on the objective, but how long?
Yeah, you saw the already sort of run in just to have to burst out, and now with that axe swing, finding out both them and Shy, it is massive here. Starry Night lighting it up on the Tracer. The team was just staggered out. The May being sent to high heaven. The ice block can only last so long, and our first point heading on over to Redacted.
And fair play to them, they only have to use, I mean, nothing at all, in fact. The Pulse from the only ultimate not actively online for them, and I mean, 8% left to go, and all the charges that quickly, it's basically already there. Again, the exact same issues that we raised time and time again. No Lucio, so it's not only Redacted Cassius up first, but again, they have no Sound Barrier, they have no Cleanse. This Rampage is still on the horizon, looming like a shark in Jaws.
Yeah, and so now with that Captive Sun out, it seems like it's going to connect on a few members, but that explosion is not going to net anything because the Coalescence is there from Mariposa, and now with the Railgun being thrown through this window from Shy, they're looking for a pick. Dropping incredibly low is Moonlight with that Sound Barrier, finally going to be found out, and so now Redacted, they're feeling themselves short-handed once again here. They're making their way over to the objective now, taking the fight there. Phoenix, unfortunately, not able to rotate as fast. No shout available for the Queen in time. And so now the Sojourn just standing tall on point, can't do a whole heck of a lot. And Starry Night, while able to get this one pick onto Shy, it seems like that's all they're going to get for now.
Super curious why Phoenix didn't actually end up, letting rip with the Rampage. Seems like it would have caught all 5 and just been a fight win to me, but instead they try and use support ults, try and use the Pulse Bomb, and unfortunately, the sheer amount of damage that Shy, Frostbite, and the rest of them could output just too much for them. So first cap here on Junkyard, going towards UD Phoenix, and hopefully it's a map they can snowball.
Yeah, and that's exactly what it's going to be hoping to do here. The Rampage going to be looking for value here from Phoenix as long as it doesn't get caught by a spear. But meanwhile, this Railgun from Doobie will be able to connect onto the May's head, removing them from the fight. That lamp can only let you live for so long. Frostbite now going to be the next victim of Doobie. And now it is just more and more cascading members here for Redacted Ka as they take everybody out and can flip the fight back in their favor.
Overclock on long sight lines. There's not really anything you can do but die there. So quick flip coming through. Again, about 65% accrued for UD Phoenix. But again, that's where the buck's going to stop. Last time they weren't able to retake. This time, with the Blizzard, with the Captive Sun, they definitely have tools. And, comboing this Terror Surge with either the Blizzard or the Captive Sun will be essentially a free fight win as long as they catch out 1 or 2 players. So see if that's the elective rip.
Yeah, and you're seeing, oh my goodness, right here, Phoenix is walled up, having to use that Rampage to just try to get everybody out, and they're actually able to do the damage. The Captive Sun now trying to find value. Unfortunately, it seems like that's not going to be the case. And Phoenix, beautiful Rampage timing might mean that Redacted calling all heroes, they take this fight, they're still in it. The Orisa dropping incredibly low, having to invest the Terror Surge. The supports are trying to follow it up, but on the other side, Mariposa has this Coalescence, it's doing the healing, it's doing the damage. And UD Phoenix sent back to spawn once more.
And 10% left to go. It's going to be 2-0 here on New Junk City. Again, it's flashes of brilliance from UD Phoenix, but they're just not enough to eventually, get over the line. It's a Blizzard online. It has to be the tool they build their fight plan around. Cozy moves over to the Brigitte, wanting a little bit more survivability in the backline. Coalescence close to for UD Phoenix. But look at the lack of a Lucio. They're going to be there so much later. It might just be first cap going the way of Redacted Cat just because of that hero choice. And speaking of that Lucio, Moonlight edging closer to the Sound Barrier is going to give them so much more survivability. Gives them so many more options. You can go aggressive with it, for example, or you can just sit back and outlast your opposition. Bonflat is going to be possibly where we make the grades of UD Phoenix.
Yeah, but that Sound Barrier didn't get there in time for Phoenix as they are already taken out to the Blizzard. So now it is going to be UD Phoenix walking in with a one-person advantage. They're trying to extend that advantage as they get the cap going. And you're seeing Doobie sort of walk into the point, knowing both healers are alive, but a Break Bash is going to take Starry Night out of it in the backlines. That Tracer no longer safe to terrorize while a Brigitte is in tow. And UD Phoenix, again, they get a first cap, but they have to start converting these.
Yeah, I mean, this is the third time in a row they've got a first cap, and they are currently 2-0 down on this map. Super aggro, actually, from Eliana. Hopefully they don't get a knife, because that would make it a significantly more awkward scenario. Of course, Soup on this Orisa is a lot less squishy than a couple other of these tanks, so shouldn't be at least a weakness for them. if I'm Redacted Cat, I probably want to play for Overclock here and then see what Doobie can make do, because they've been fantastic with them so far.
I couldn't agree more. That Pulse Bomb, it's nice for Starry Night, but unfortunately ends up going wide, not finding the kill that you were looking for it to. Now Shy having to invest this Deadeye just as almost a zoning tool to keep everybody else on the side of Redacted Ka at bay, but they're more than happy to wait this one out as they are now still 5v5 heading into the fight. Soup getting a little bit aggressive, but it will be Frostbite actually the first one taken out. That Moira is just unfortunately not enough. The Brig is now trying to rally onto the Junker Queen, but Phoenix just deciding to ignore it.
Oh,
the sound
no!
barrier, Ajax! Soup able to commit to the Terror Surge on that one, and while UD Phoenix get up to 99% with their ultimates, unfortunately, Redacted Calling All Heroes, they just had the power alive to flip that point.
I mean, this is the most progress we've seen from them so far on a Flashpoint, but it's still not a cap. In this kind of aggressive scenario for them now, they kind of need to build their fight plan around their next fight, because in this upcoming one, they just don't have the tools for it. Coalescence simply not enough to overcome this Rampage. So if I were them, I'd be thinking about using this Deadeye, using this Blizzard once it's online, and bring it as close to the wire as possible. See how they elect to play this one though, as they are aggressing now.
Oh, that's a massive stick, and it's going to be taking out two. Starry Night finally connecting with one of those. An anti from the Rampage is going to spell disaster here for UD Phoenix. They really are running out of time, but they're committing the Coalescence. They're committing even though they are down one member right now. The May trying everything she can to get away from this Tracer. Starry Night still just being a thorn in the back line. So now UD Phoenix, they find themselves short-handed. They're running out of objective presence. They're running out of objective time. And I don't think anyone's going to get back in time to touch.
That's just the lack of a Lucio as well. It's because that fight went too long, so they can scramble onto the objective, yes, but there will be no overtime. 3-0 here. 3 caps for UD Phoenix, but not a single point conversion. Redacted can move forward in a series they were dominant in and inch closer to that championship.
Exactly as they planned. They haven't dropped the map yet, and they don't look to change that anytime soon with this pure domination they are displaying here in the Rising Division. UD Phoenix, it's not all doom and gloom. You have lower bracket ahead of you now, but for this series at least, I mean, Redacted, they really were just playing on another level.
Yeah, I think through every map, really, it was just a superior performance from Redacted. I mean, there's no two ways about it. There's no other ways we can frame this other than Redacted say were the better team in pretty much every measure, every metric in terms of what comps they were playing, in terms of how they were playing it. Then they kind of had the leg up over their opponents. That's why we see this 3-0. Some of these times you say a 3-0, 3-1, you say it was close in the scoreline suggests. This time, unfortunately, not the case. But as you mentioned, UD Phoenix will have the lower bracket to play through. This isn't the end of the road for them, but it's going to have to be picture perfect from them from now on. Yeah. And if I'm Redacted Cat, I mean, super confident throughout the rest of this tournament. I would be absolutely ecstatic after a win like that.
Yeah, proving just how good you are, putting yourself in the winners finals here, but I mean, there's nothing else you can say. There's still jobs to be done for both of these squads, so I think for the time being, while we get these other games in and make sure everybody is set up, we're going to go to a break for a bit, but make sure you stick around, of course, because we will be back with the lower bracket action of UD Phoenix versus the loser of our other match, so make sure you stick around. Don't go anywhere.
Carpe diem. downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. Fight.
Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yours. Yeah. 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 Memories. Memories.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for sticking with us through that longer break as we got our brackets sorted out. But it turns out me and Spectreon have both lied to you. We are not heading down to lowers just yet. That game will occur in a little bit. We are actually going to have our upper final first, determine our first of two slots for that grand final here in the Rising Division. And Spectreon, I mean, is this the result you were expecting? Is this what you thought we'd see in upper finals?
Kind of, sort of, yeah. I mean, I think Redacted calling our heroes obviously is the, like, ironclad, locked in stone one, still the firm favorites. Kaiju Core, also fair enough, plenty strong team as well, but I think that one was a little bit more of a coin toss between them and NDA Inferno. Of course, that means NDA Inferno is down to our lower bracket, going to play against UD Phoenix to continue forward, and at least the higher seeded team is NDA Inferno, so we'll see how that shapes up perhaps in the future. Right now, though, is Redacted, of course, versus Kaiju Core, and Redacted have all the momentum on their side. They've got they've got the best seed as well, and, you know, just having seen them, they have been given a little bit of time to cool down. Yeah, that's right, but that could also be looked at as having a bit of a break. They come back into the action refreshed and ready to keep on playing. Take another look at their rosters here, just to remind ourselves exactly who Redacted are. But Doobie, Starry, Phoenix, Ice, and Moonlight, I have to say, team the five of them, two players who've impressed me most has been Doobie and Ice on the Ana. The amount of damage, the great nades we've been seeing from their FS role, just insane. And Doobie as well, the Sojourn, has been finding picks, been finding overclocks, everything you could want and more out of your hit scan player.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw it all in that last game, right? Those antis, they were coming through over and over and over again. It felt like, you know, there was almost a time loop occurring for Redacted Caw, because it truly was just that consistent for them, especially also, as you said, Doobie lighting it up on the Sojourn. She really has been amazing. But now standing against them is a Kaiju Core squad who is ready to try to take it to them. We have Sandbox God and Saturn on the DPS line. Felix Felices rocking that tank role, and Wamihi and Hollow can't aim on supports. And I mean, this squad, they're, you know, on paper, they're the second best team, right? They come out 4-1 from the round robin. They only drop their series against Redacted. And, you know, they're able to win in a very convincing 3-1 fashion against Disco Inferno. So, you know, it's going to be an interesting series now that we have these two favored top seeds against each other.
Yeah, I definitely think so. I mean, that's normally how these brackets end up shaping out. I would say I've seen something in the water. My prediction has popped into my head, and I think it's going to be 3-1 to Redacted Cat, but I think Kaiju Core take control.
They take control specifically. It's very interesting to highlight control as the one they can jump on, just because, you know, it is the best place to start out, right? If we're taking a quick look over at our map pool, you know, there's so many variations with these control maps, right? Some of the fan favorites, such as Lijiang Tower, absent from the pool this time around. So it really forces teams to be a little bit more selective. You know, if we remember back to our first series we just covered, you know, Samoa was the one that ended up being picked here. Redacted, you know, again with map choice, they don't go back to Samoa though. Heading into our first map here, it's going to be Nepal.
Super curious from them, but I think in general, Control, bar a couple options, like I would argue Ilios, are all pretty similar in that they're normally pretty wide open in terms of what you can play. I think more than a couple of them have a singular point where Brawlers in general is going to be a lot stronger. So Volcano on Samoa, Village here on Nepal. You know, you go over to like a Lijiang Tower, that would be Mecha Base, of course, maybe one of the more iconic. But other than that, typically, because you're all playing around this central point, which kind of has to have cover, then it's going to end up being more or less the same, being pretty focused on Tracer being super viable, Orissa's in general being strong if you can end up on a comp like that. And I think that the pick is always important, of course, but maybe not as pivotal as it would be from your other map types, like an Escort, like a Hybrid, where that pick can be the make or break of the series.
Absolutely, and you know, it's something we also really have to highlight here as a nice little sneeze comes through. Everybody get your blush shoes going for Spectreon. But I think we have to highlight here, Redacted, it's not just that they've been winning so much, right? They haven't dropped a map this tournament yet. They're currently cruising towards a potential, you know, not dropping a map and winning it all. And like that sort of momentum, that head of steam that can be built up by a team, it really is hard to derail, even when the map picks are going in your favor. So Kaiju Corps, I mean, they're going to have to come up with something a little bit creative here if they really want to try to take this team to task.
The Golden Tournament still on the table for Redacted Culinary Heroes. It's Kaiju Corps who are next up on the chopping block, here to stop that from being so. Tricky as hell for them, but if anyone can do it, probably would be Kaiju Corps. So, gonna load into the lobby now. Of course, it will be Nepal, and by the looks of things, gonna be the first point locked in. I think we mentioned this before, but again, these are corners of the map I've literally never seen before. I've never looked at this before in my life, and I have like over 2,000 hours in the game.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to the Observer Squad, forever and always, right? They always manage to capture the prettiest little angles, stuff you would truly never expect to see in a game. Speaking of things I don't expect to see, okay, Kaiju Corps, they're off the hog at least. They're off the hog, but that Weaver is still ever-present right now.
Okay, Ice is off at least. Yeah, no more Weaver Mirror. Okay, Ram Brawl from Kaiju Corps. Assassin on the TP, looks to go Reaper, actually. So front-loading the damage there. Redacted Cow wants to play a little bit more poke style, so it's going to have to be pretty passive from Phoenix, disengaging very likely, else Phoenix Felicis will put him in a world of hurt. We'll see if they can disengage in time, if they get a kill even before that happens.
Yeah, Kaiju Corps, they now are able to hold the space on the point here. You're seeing cooldowns already forced out. Phoenix dropping incredibly low, and Doobie on and off angle once again, but being pressured out by Saturn on the Reaper. You know, that perfect sort of aggression, using the Mei wall and main. That way there's no real push coming from any which side here. So now it should be first point flip going over to Kaiju Corps as they're able to take the Moira out of the fight here. These Hellfire shotguns from the Reaper shooting bullet after bullet, shell after shell, whatever you want to call them. And now with the Sigma falling, it is just going to be a sound retreat for Redacted.
Feeling pretty confident in my pred right now. Redacted get run over in this first matchup, and you know, seeing what their opponents are playing, yeah, they make wholesale changes. No more Sigma to abuse. Instead, it's Phoenix on this Manga. Hell of a lot more survivability, a hell of a lot more output damage, and Phoenix Felice is now the one with an unwelcome surprise. They're going to need to charge into this ultimate because an Annihilation can allow you to turn the tables. Without it, though, it's going to be a rough matchup at the best of times for that Ram. No, also the other ultimates, Blizzard coming close, and the window can be popped early from Wamehi.
Yeah, and so you're seeing just a little bit of space giving up on Kaiju Corps. Redacted, they're reclaiming it slowly but surely with the Malga space, but now the Mei wall is going to perfectly counter out Wamihi's window, so that Amplification Matrix not going to get any value. It forces Felix Felicis to pop this Annihilation, and it will be Moonlight as the first casualty here. Once again, Saturn putting those Hellfire shotguns to work once more, taking the tank away from the fight. Meanwhile, that damage coming through constantly for the Annihilation. And Kaiju Corps, you know, they seem to have found some sort of answer here. They're getting good fights.
That they are, and they're also still in a super comfortable spot, right? I mean, when Phoenix comes in, there's not really much they can do if Blizzard comes through, especially if they already use that overrun. There's no cleanse, so it will just be basically another conversion for Kaiju Corps. It hurts not to have that Annihilation to fall back on, but, you know, with Beat coming online now from Holocron Aim, you're still in a pretty comfortable spot, all things considered. The overclock go from Doobie has to be the key here for Redacted.
Yeah, that overclock might not even get a chance to go off, though, as you see Doobie in main here, but everybody else is caught up in the Blizzard. The Immortality Field doing great work to keep Redacted Calling Heroes alive, as now you're seeing Doobie with this overclock, and the Blizzard combat on the other side. The lamp can't survive forever. You see Starry Night being the one to get those final blows. Saturn able to take out Doobie, but not before the damage is dealt, and Redacted Ka, they're now in control of the point.
I mean, one fight territory here, just a percentage off as far as you can go, but it's a huge Blizzard there, going down, freezing out so many members. Holocron Aim as well gets picked before the Beat can get active, before the Sonic Amplify can hit the ground. So that's one tool you've saved through at least, but also maybe could have turned that previous. Re-engaging now, good ult still for Kaiju Corps. Redacted don't have much by the cage fight.
Yeah, but the issue is the cage fight can be countered by the Death Blossom on the other side, but it doesn't matter because Felix Felicis goes down before that sound barrier from Hollow Kit can be provided. So now everybody's short-handed. Kaiju Corps decides they're not investing into this one. Redacted will take more than advantage of that, put in the damage, put in the work, and win that fight.
Did the sound barrier hit the ground for Holocron Aim, or does it just get burnt through? That, I mean, that's the amount of damage that a Manga really can output. I mean, set up defensively, Felix Felicis decides to mirror it, and, you know, fair enough to him. A hell of a lot easier than taking angles, and, well, I'm going to stop talking about that particular coach now. Felix Felicis looking to engage. Remember, he has that window, and that burst damage could well upset Redacted. Oh, taken down, though.
Yeah, Wamihi just stayed out in the open for a little bit too long, and it sounds the entire retreat Kaiju Corps, they cannot stagger anymore as it already is 65% for Redacted and building.
Yeah, bad it is. Getting closer and closer. We're in maybe last fight territory here, actually, if another fight happens and goes much the same way. Again, close to this Blizzard for both these sides. Starry Nights, though, has been a hell of a lot more flashy. Cannot be the case, again, if Kaiju Corps wants to take this first map.
That wall is going to be used now from Starry Night to try to keep everybody out. It doesn't section off like planned. Now Amplification Matrix is dueling. Both DPS trying to shoot through them, find the value. The May wall is actually going to be there from Sandbox God to prevent insane things from coming through. But the first pick onto Mariposa, that Baptiste is gone. And so now with this fight having to break down the sound barrier already invested, but the overclock from Doobie, it already took out the immortality field. Will it be able to find more of this tank? So incredibly low. And the blizzard damage combined with it will be enough. Now this Reaper is just trying to live for as long as they can. Saturn actually able to take out Doobie, and now with the lifesteal Reaper has Saturn is trying to turn this one. The cage fight though, Moonlight damage will be taking Saturn out of this, so now it is just everybody trying to stall. Sandbox God trying to live forever, and Hollow Sound Barrier able to help at least them survive. Sandbox already gone. Felix Felici's charging back into the point and taking Moonlight out here. There's 3 members. This fight is just so chaotic, so back and forth, but they're ever inching closer to that cage fight. It's going to be the only ultimate here, and it could be the thing that turns this tide as Saturn able to take down that Kiriko once again. Felix Felici taking out Starry on the other side. Jorwamihi goes down at the hands of the Malga, but now the Malga seems to be the only thing left standing here, and when you're trapped in a cage, that duel just doesn't seem fair. The Lucio made it back in time, but now the flip should come through, and unless there's a crazy touch from Redacted, it seems like Kaiju Corps will strike first blood.
So many factors made that fight as hard as possible for Kaiju Corps. So many stones thrown in their way, but they converted it anyway off the back of some crazy respawns. I mean, the Blizzard was invested, or not the Death Blossom, sorry, was invested from Saturn, frozen up by the Blizzard, cancelled. That could have been a fight win right there. Holo can't aim. When they drop the beats, it finds like a headstool spot, so it comes through like a smidgen later than otherwise would have intended. Sandbox God goes down in the meanwhile. That doesn't happen, then again, would have been an easier conversion for them, but Felix Felicis comes back on the manga and absolutely flattens. So wholesale changes from both these sides. We're on Rhine comp now with his Kiriko. Yeah, I wouldn't think so. Would really quite struggle here. No Starry Night still playing this Tracer. No, just a TP out of spawn. I would expect a May after this in standard, but Tracer's still playable. No, wants to play this match for the entire time.
I was going to say, you really do need a May or a Symmetra to help this Reinhardt traverse the map in the most effective way possible. And Phoenix, you know, as much as I love Reinhardt, this is going to be a difficult task, but these TPs could be the edge that they are looking for here. But already established on point is Kaiju Corps. They have the Malga in tow, and you know, Phoenix really just having to hold shield for a while. Felix Felici's more than happy to hide behind this corner over and over again. You know, they are taking interesting amounts of spam damage. They have to worry about Doobie up on this high ground again with the Sojourn firing in rails and things of that nature, as it is just another angle that they aren't able to approach. Now with the Immortality Field expended already for Mariposa, you're seeing just, again, Redacted, they can't walk in. They don't have the resources to keep everybody healthy enough for this shield to drop for even a second from Phoenix.
I mean, respect to Redacted for staying in this fight. Honestly, I would have walked back to spawn, but unfortunately, they're not really finding the results necessary. I's taken down, Doobie trades it back, but while this action is unfurling, it's still the point in control of Kaiju Corps. It's still the kills in control for Kaiju Corps. 4v3 for them now, and yeah, there are ults online for Redacted, but they aren't able to leverage them, so they'll back out with their tail between their legs. And I mentioned I would like to see swaps here. Phoenix is such a rough matchup into the manga that unless there's an Earth Shatter that connects onto multiple, then there just isn't a win con for the Rhine into the manga for me. Yeah, ults are here though, so that has to be what you build your fight around. You have to win your ults fight relatively economically, and you have to keep snowballing those ults, because in these neutrals you're going to get worked.
Yeah, and so now they're establishing high ground once again, probably going to leave Doobie up here to fire more rails, and the Amplification Matrix already out from Mariposa is going to mean just space created. The Malga tries to contest the point, but with a Fire Strike taking out the Lucio, that means that Malga can't run away as effectively. And just off the back of Amplification Matrix, you see Redacted Koff finding a good fight.
And this is exactly what we need to see. Remember, using as few ults as possible, and so you can begin to snowball. It does hurt that their opponents haven't used anything either, so it's going to be 5 ults v4 in this upcoming battle, but the Shatter from Phoenix doesn't really have any remit, especially if Holo can't aim, get Shatter, can't use that Sound Barrier defensively. So it's about how Kaiju Corps set up around this, and hopefully, if Redacted can only use that one ult through, then they're still in a pretty good spot in the map.
This ends now.
Yeah, and it's actually going to be Doobie going first here with that overclock, already taking out
Fair
both
enough.
supports. That's exactly what you need. You said one ultimate, one fight win, and Doobie heard you and answered in spades. Exactly what you want to see from your Sojourn.
And this is why we were hyping up Doobie in the pre-show. That's an overclock traded for a backline. That is a crazy trade, literally every day of the week, and it does hurt. I guess the Ice doesn't get as much opportunity to farm their ult further and further still, but honestly, 50%, that's comfortable, and there's still the Earth Shatter. There's the Earth Shatter!
They're all on their backs. The overclock from Sandbox God was invested poorly. And so now that is more ult trades, that Earth Shatter, this Phoenix finding value.
Cole and Overclock both invested, so it's a positive ult trade just in this fight. You still have the wall to beat for you, and of course that window's inching closer and closer. So we're about even in terms of the check marks, but the point percentage getting closer and closer to a victory. Almost last fight here for both these sides, but the pressure's mounting now for Redacted.
Yeah, and now you're seeing Kaiju Corps really get aggressive, take the control. They're pushing everybody off the high ground. They're trying to find Doobie. Immortality Field invested just to keep that Sojourn alive. And now it is going to be Phoenix trying to touch the point, but unfortunately Doobie is not long for this world. Those Hellfire shotguns were death guaranteed. It is only going to be the Lucio caged up, but that Lucio is all you need for the time being here. Redacted Ka, they're sent back to spawn once more. They're sent to regroup. Mariposa has to die.
Last fight territory here for reals now for Kaiju Corps. I mean, they get the really big threats out, which is that cage fight, but still the Death Blossom, a terrifying prospect without any easy CC to get it out. Kind of have to just kill the Reaper, and that life's still going to make it very, very tricky. I mean, this has been so back and forth. I think, honestly, it's been fantastic play from Redacted, bringing us to this point, but still, they don't have to clutch up one final time.
Yeah, and this Symmetra barrier could be the thing that helps clutch them up. You're seeing the pin come through on a Felix Felici, so the shotgun stop for the moment. Now it is the Reaper caught on the wrong side of the wall, not able to find any value with that Death Blossom, and now they're already starting to fall. Redacted Ka getting pick after pick in their favor. It is now just the Malga and Sandbox God on the Sojourn, but unfortunately there's only so much a Sojourn can do when there's a shield in your face, and you know, it's just more of a stall-out attempt here, but the Reinhardt pays dividends, and it works out. Redacted Ka, they take round 2.
Color of the point is blue, and I'm colored impressed. That was fantastic from them in a matchup that I think most people would call like 70-30 solidly towards the Malga, and they're able to win it out with some picture-perfect ult rotations. You don't see that everywhere, folks. Honestly, you might take notes off the back of that. And that is, to be fair, the most rule-centric area of the map, so will be adaptation for both these sides. Maybe trying to counterpick what they were playing before, maybe adapting to what they think their opponents are going to play now, but it's a whole different ballgame now that Phoenix is back onto that Sigma, and Felix Felicis instead on this Winston, this dive comp, again, great at pressuring the Sigma if they can get in, so it's on Doobie, it's on Starry Night to keep them poked out, keep them low HP, because if the Winston still has armor, then he can go as deep as he wants, and Felix Felicis looks to do no different. TP out of spawn for that spacing. Redacted Cat are going to lose out on a lot of it, especially without that Lucio.
Yeah, but they get to where they want to be, which is established on this high ground, right? There's so many compositions lately that have been having the Sigma play here, so it's exactly what I wanted to see. But they're actually just playing the rotation game now, as the dive is willing to catch up with them very quickly. Felix Felici slept up into the pit! Mariposa, this Ana is doing so much. The anti-kills, the Genji, and it's just more and more of the same. That's 3 for the Ana, make it 4! Show me the 5k, come on, you know where the kill is on point. Give it to the Ana. Oh, the pit claims it.
I mean, there's not really much you can say about that. Ice, she's just a goat. I mean, crazy use of the utility to get those opening 2 kills. And at that point, the fight is already won. It is just clean up at that point, but it's also ult charge towards that nano boost. Lightning fast fight and seeing what their opponents are playing. It is an adaptation over to this Brawl, over to Zarya, so you can run down the Sigma again. But will it be enough without that momentum on their side?
Gonna be difficult. You saw the tank slept up once more there. The Genji actually able to deflect into the auto because they kept shooting the deflect. Ash, what are you doing? I mean, sure, you get the kill on Saturn at the end of it, but now you're seeing the rest of Kaiju Corps. They're pushing forward here. They're creating the space needed to flip this point in their favor and keep this fight going. Wamihi does have to spend that immortality field, and now the Zarya actually a little bit too far forward, trying to take out the pylon, ends up paying for it with their life. Felix Felici's down means that you're going to see Redacted continuing to push forward here, firing shot after shot into Wimby. The Baptiste can only jump for so long, and it's just going to be more of a staggered out fight here once again, but unless a miracle occurs, it's going to be Redacted Ka taking the point back.
I mean, a couple of mistakes come through there from Kaiju Core. I mean, Saturn trying to dash in to Starry Night. I mean, if you get the kill, it's all well and good, but unfortunately, that just wasn't a particularly high percentage play. And punished for it, it means that Kaiju Core was already 4v5. And then fighting aggressively in the choke from Felix. I mean, again, risky at the best of times, but especially when your number's disadvantaged, that's a terrible mistake to make. And especially when you don't have any more bubbles to keep you active.
Yeah, it really is awful here. As now you're seeing the immortality field expended once again. And again, Felix Felici just going in a little too deep. Hollow can't aim, trying to keep their Zarya alive. Unfortunately, that is just a fever dream at this point. And again, another quick fight going the way of Redacted.
Yeah, W Gaming coming through from Kaiju Core, but PRXA ain't not really working out for him. Looks like there aren't any staggers, though, and they're getting closer to their check marks, but you look at what Redacted have, a full 5, and it's hard to find any real silver lining in this crowd, Megalas.
It's going to be difficult to try to take this fight, but you can't let it go on too long, otherwise Redacted can just win it outright that way. So the time is going to be a factor in here, but Saturn already taken out, and the Goridic Flux being countered out by Hollow's sound barrier, but unfortunately they can't counter everything, because now there's a captive sun in your face. Everybody's dropping like flies, and there might not even be a touch here for Kaiju Core.
It's a possibility if they had made swaps now. I think it's far off to say that a Saturn with a blade reset could maybe do it. 2% left to go. You have to pop the Dragon Blade. Unfortunately, forced off Angela to get the touch, but at what cost?
The cost being the railgun immediately into Wamihi's head, and that Bob from Starry Night being the hero right now, just putting in all of the damage. Kaiju Core, they start out amazingly here, but Redacted shows why they haven't dropped a map so far, and they take map number 1.
That has to be the closest they've come to dropping one, though, right? I mean, 1 and 2, the points 1 and 2, sorry, it came down to 99-99. Honestly, it felt like either of them could have went either way. Did feel that I think Kaiju Core had a couple more attempts on Village to convert that, to close it out, and so they are going to be a little bit upset about that. But, I mean, once they got onto that 3rd point, then I think they were kind of knocked to 6, maybe a little bit tilted off their loss on Village, and in the end, Nepal does go the way of Redacted 2-1.
Yeah, but I mean, it was the first time really throughout this tournament that it felt like Redacted was made mortal. They definitely were worried after that first round, and like you said, you know, 99-99 on Village, 1 pick goes the other way. We're looking at their first map loss, but shoulda, woulda, couldas are for the past, and we're here for the present and hopefully the future. And what's presently happening is our hybrid map pick. And it seems like we are going to go back to the star-studded streets of Hollywood here, Spectreon. And are you expecting to see this poke composition continue to rain out from Redacted?
There's pretty much zero reason not to, especially on that defense. You know, aggressing a little bit harder, sure, but it's been working out for them so damn well that you just don't fix it. It's working so well already, and it's already had its result, right? I mean, when they play this composition into their opponents here of Kaiju Core, they seem to have absolutely no answer, even changing over to the Zarya. Didn't really change things there. Do you think a little bit of that is, you know, Zarya being so momentum-based, and as well as that, you're not really playing these cycles, not really, you know, charging energy, waiting for a bit, and then pushing back in. But still, I think that it's just been working out for them so well, you might as well just keep on playing it, and I would maybe not expect, but got a sinking feeling we might see the same as the last time Hollywood was played. I think it really is Redacted's best map.
I mean, yeah, it's Redacted's best map, but opponents keep picking it into them, so clearly there's some sort of strategy lying in wait, and maybe Kaiju Core can be the ones to activate it here. I mean, they looked solid on those rounds, and it kind of comes down to what you want to do, right? You could, there's always been talk of some good dive on this map. It's very hard to do into these poke defenses, and, you know, mirroring the poke, it's not impossible. Right, we saw, you know, in our previous series, the Ramatra was able to get a little bit of headway before fully being stopped because they just weren't able to fully commit into some of those fights. But yeah, I mean, Redacted Ka, they're starting out on exactly what we expect.
I mean, yeah, we've seen it before, we've seen it, we will see it again, most likely. it's just a very strong point for it in general, and it's a very strong composition for Redacted Car specifically. So I really don't see any reason for them not to play it 9 times out of 10. And again, it's dive comp, very, very skill-based matchup for both these sides. The advantage of Redacted is that it's super easy to stop Kaiju Core from diving, because if Sandbox God is low, if Saturn is low, Felix Felicis especially is low, you can't really commit as many members as you want onto a target. That target's not likely to die. But if they can do it, if they can get all those members deep in, then equally Redacted don't really have many tools to stop them from just falling over like a wind, or like some plants in the breeze, sorry. So now setting up, we see this heavy setup on the high grounds. We'll see what Kaiju Core elect to do.
Yeah, and it seems like it's going to be a dive engage off the back of the Sombra, and Doobie will be the first one to fall there, so this dive already starting to work out, but that massive dynamite is going to have to be cleansed by Wamihi here. Only the Sojourn has been all in by this point, so now they're trying to jump onto Starry Night, and look at all of the healing that's coming through onto this Ashe. It does unfortunately mean that the healing's not coming through onto Ana. That's why you're seeing Mariposa fall in the backline to this Sombra, and Sombra really can be the answer into these Ana setups, right? So despite the entirety of Kaiju Core looking worse for wear health-wise, they are able to get this app going.
Overwatch is a game where your HP does not matter as long as it isn't 0. And seeing exactly why there's a super deep dive from Kaiju Core. And that's point cap for them. They can now begin to play with their time bank, because now they have so much for it to burn. So from there, I'd almost like to see them, try and focus around building these ults. For example, an early sound barrier here. I mean, there's nothing that Redacted Cat can do, especially after making these wholesale swaps.
I'm going to be honest, just looking at the ult bank, as soon as you pointed that out, there's Hollow really has been speed running towards the sound barrier. I guess there was a lot of healing to do in that first fight, but Redacted, they swapped to a bit of some dive, but Sandbox God, lovely. Why haven't you been playing Sombra this whole time? Doobie,
I mean, exactly.
A phenomenal Sojourn player being just met mercilessly time and again here, as we're seeing this brawl take place on the high ground. The two divas shooting into each other, but it will be Starry Night falling at the hands of the Saturn of Genji here, and now the Lucio caught out that quick adaptation. The sound barrier, a very questionable investment in my opinion, but hey, if it means that you're getting more kills, more card progress, don't question it.
I mean, at the risk of sounding like a broken record of echoing Megalas, why didn't you guys play this the entire time? You look so good at it. This dive comp is just knocked Redacted for 6, and still with a large ult advantage. Then this next fight is still very much in the favor of Kaiju Core, so has to be around the bob and some great mechanical shots that Redacted try and build back into this action. And so far, we just haven't seen that.
Yeah, and there's so many ult combos for Kaiju Core that can come out here. They're going to start it out with a Kitsune Rush, but it is Saturn incredibly low, finally finished off by the Bob from Starry Night. The Ashe will pay for it with their lives, but there's at least 5 members standing with the Bob alive for the time being. Kitsune Rush finally running out here, and the Sombra might actually even be cut out. That health pack was not hacked, so the damage could come through to finally take them out of the fight, and a defensive hold should be occurring here, barring this diva making absolutely insane clutch plays. But Felix Felicis just flying to the high ground, trying to run for their life, trying to run with their mech intact, and they're actually using the bomb so that way they can keep their mech. Super interesting play.
It allows the pressure cycle of Kaiju Core to stay high, a D-mech there, not being remexed. You have to wait for so long for that ultimate to come back. Might even be worse is walking back to spawn a lot of times. EMP active, could just knock the diva out of mech, but Sandbox got taken down early.
Yeah, and that EMP can't come through. Sandbox got just too incredibly low, and now Mariposa throwing in that Coalescence as sort of the nail in the coffin for the rest of this fight, and it is going to mean Redacted get another defensive fight going in their favor.
I mean, fair enough. These staggers are very much brutal, but flip side of things, Ultimate still very much favor Kaiju Core, and 3 minutes left to go. They're still very comfortable in terms of time bank. You just pop both DPS ults, and there's not really anything Redacted can do. You will die to the Dragon Blade and EMP combo combined. Catching Moonlight here is imperative. If they're allowed to activate that sound barrier, then that could blunt the blade significantly. Yeah,
and it sort of just can create a cascading effect with the Sombras on high ground. Everybody scattering, and nobody got... It's just the diva caught by that EMP. Saturn making wise of it, holding on to the blade, and now you're seeing Doobie pop that overclock, not finding a pick just yet, but the damage is there, shooting into everybody, and while they're not getting the final blows, they're doing what is needed. This is a butchered fight for Kaiju Corp off of the back of a missed EMP.
Yeah, a lot of egg now on Sandbox God's face. Unfortunately, not really been playing to the same level we've seen from him. I mean, with an EMP like that, you can just rip it as soon as you see the Lucio, but only catching the D.Va, I understand the kind of idea there to hard punish, but with the sound barrier being able to be applied cross-map, then it just doesn't come through. And back to the drawing board now. Time bank has shrunk significantly. Redacted seem much more in control. Now they've had a bit of time to establish. And what more can Kaiju do?
All they can do is wonder if their ult combos pay off, but Saturn can't get this blade off. Phoenix, again, taking this Genji away from the fight. Kaiju Corps realizing they're shorthanded once again with a pulse bomb being thrown into the D.Va mech. Wamihi already down as well. It's just more and more damage, and this D.Va could get staggered out in a brutal fashion here. Yeah, Felix Felicis begging desperately for the sweet release of death.
And there's no way you can jump off the map either here, so it's entirely based on the... I mean, I suppose you'd call it the honor, I suppose, the mercy of your opponents. Last fight territory here, realistically. These fights keep going as slow as they have from Kaiju Corps. 4 ults to their favor, yeah, so there is a bit of a shot there. Sandbox Guards missing that shot with the railgun, and of course, super far from that OC. Advantage here for Kaiju Corps, at least in terms of the check marks, that has historically not always been enough for them.
No, it is not, but the Kitsune Rush initiating could be a massive factor here. Phoenix dropping that bomb on top of it to try to create some space. Now the Dragon Blade finally out from Saturn. You held it this long. It better come up in spades, and unfortunately it seems like it's just being committed to a D.Va mech. But the sound barrier coming out from Holocant aim means that nobody on Kaiju Corp is mortal enough to fall right now. And Saturn doing more without the blade than they were with. Very interesting. Wamihi ends up falling at the hands of Starry Night on this Tracer. But Kaiju Corp, they seem to have won an offensive fight here, but they're heading into overtime.
I mean, you need to spend as heavily as you can to just get a fight win because you're getting this low in terms of time bank. Only having the bomb, though, in a situation like this really sucks, especially because of this coalescence. So I'd be super scared if I was Kaiju Corp. I need a DPS to kill someone early on.
Yeah, it's going to be a tall ask. The Kiriko now back in the fight, and that Coalescence, as you said, it's dropping everybody's health lower and lower. Recall already forced out there from Starry and Night, and this Genji Saturn so incredibly low, but it's actually going to be Wamihi taking Doobie out of the fight. This Star Sojourn now missing, but a Pulse Bomb onto the D.Va mech is not what you want to see. The bomb now having to be committed to create so much space. The Sound Bearer is out for Moonlight, but Kaiju Corps, they're operating short-handed here. It's just a D.Va, a Kiriko, and a Genji against the world. Strike the Kiriko. The Genji's 1 HP. Felix Felicis, you don't have a bomb, you don't have an ult, and you don't got a chance at capping point B.
5.5 minutes as a time bank heading into the second area of the map, and they don't even complete it. What an ironclad defense from Redacted calling our heroes, and I hate to point the finger, but unfortunately, we will always be asking, what if Sandbox God was able to land the EMP onto Moonlight? Because that's an entirely different universe. That is a Redacted calling our heroes who are staring at least another 5.5 minute time bank onto the third point, and sightlines too that aren't particularly favorable towards the defenders, at least until the final area of the map. So, again, Kaiju Corp going to be kicking themselves a little bit for that loss. But they don't have much time to mourn. They don't have much time to think about what could have been, because their own defensive round going to be starting out now. And to their credit, this is probably where Redacted are going to be a little bit weaker. At least if they want to play this double flex support, super pokey comp that they've been running up with before. Kaiju Corps are going to do more or less more of the same. Sandbox God wants to Soldier 76 instead for some more of that consistent poke. But again, this is a composition that isn't amazing at just hard bullying choke, which is often what you want to do on a point like this.
Yeah, it's really going to come down to making sure Felix Felicis on the D.Va stays alive to be able to jump around everywhere they need to, whether it's onto the high ground for the rotations, into the choke, just whatever you need. We do have a pause coming through. I wonder if somebody called it or if our auto disconnect is occurring. That's going to be up. Yep, you're already seeing it. The DC is occurring on the Redacted Kyle side.
Not the end of the world, though. It's not even real time. You don't lose out your ultimate. Yeah, I mean, you're so chill, so it doesn't really matter. Just going to delay us for a little bit, but we've got a little bit of pause now. I mean, we've been given some time with these teams now for a little while, Megalus. What are we kind of making of them?
It's weird, right? Because Kaiju Corps, they feel like their fundamentals are there, but they're just committing onto the wrong targets, as well as they're just trying to wait for perfect fights, right? Obviously, that EMP goes wayside for Sandbox God, but Saturn held onto that Dragon Blade for 4 minutes, even when you knew the sound barrier came out from Moonlight on the other side. I mean, at some point you had to have just used that as your advantage, but instead you just sort of took poke damage over and over again. You just ended up falling on that Genji.
I mean, I fully agree with all that, and flip side of things, Redacted, it feels like they're so adaptable. I'm still a little bit in shock about how perfectly they played their Rhyme comp and how many comps they've actually shown us, right? Because they've played these kind of diva-focused, poke comps, I guess you'd call them. They've played these SIG comps and as well that Ryan, entirely different set of fundamentals, entirely different set of win cons, and still absolutely rocking it there. So they've shown us so much, but it still does get close between these two sides when Kaiju Core can set down, feel comfortable, and be in a situation where they don't have to kind of make these, it feels like almost clerical errors, right? So I think once we get back in, then I think there's always going to be a world where Kaiju Core can lock this down, can make it 1-on-1 here, but at least where the buck stops, you kind of have to give the lead here on Hollywood to Redacted.
Yeah, but I mean, that first point, it is going to be a tough nut to crack, especially if Redacted choose to run in with their poke composition, right? Because that composition, it requires that rotation on up to the high ground to position your Ashe, your Sojourn, so they can really get value before you're sending down Phoenix on that Sigma to start contesting the point and creating that pressure. But I feel like Kaiju Core, they do kind of have what I feel like is the better answer here on Hollywood, at least what they were showing us. The dive is really, really nice. Sandbox God. On the Soldier 76, like you said, it could be some more poke damage and things like that, but you're lacking the edge of something like a Railgun, or even just like Ashe Dynamite potentially, that can really help turn a fight in a very burst-heavy way.
I mean, for tank damage Royal as well, I mean, Cass has been making a big resurgence in the meta. Soldier 76, unfortunately, just hasn't been played all that much since that would have been our playoffs qualification, right? When Toronto Defiant would play Soldier Tracer comps, just going super long flanks all the time. But it's kind of similar to what we've been seeing in almost a couple of respects. We are back into the lobby. It does look like that double flex port, super poke, heavy comp is out once again from Redacted. Kaiju Core surely have expected this, considering just how often they've been towards it. So it's on it almost entirely for Phoenix to control the high ground. If that can't happen, then it will be Redacted getting an easy cap and be able to snowball this map. If this Diva can just be absolutely ironclad on the high, though, could be a different story entirely.
Yeah, and you're seeing the rotation already be stifled because the Diva's just standing in their face, and now this Soldier raining damage from above. And the rotation actually caught out here. The Illari incredibly low, and they're able to follow up on it. Having that Lucio as your extra damage source was crucial there from Hollow. So now the entirety of Redacted caught. They're sort of having to wait this one out now that they're already down one. It's just this poke war back and forth, but they're actually managing to rotate up to high ground now. And so they're going to be met here in what continuation of this fight. Felix Felicis dropping to half HP, having to back up on that Diva, as well as Saturn incredibly low after being antied, but they're slowly getting their HP back in form. The Lucio incredibly low, but again, it's Moonlight on this Iari, cannot manage to stay alive for longer than a few seconds, and while Redactica has the high ground, it seems like it's just going in Kaiju Core's favor.
Yeah, no, it's perfect play there. Realizing that while you can't kill the 4 players bunkering down in the high ground, you can instead just go for that rotate, that respawn who's still split off. They have to drop now. They're forced to fight the crossfire. And while their lovely nade connects from ice, it doesn't matter in the end. Kaiju Core have their first defense, and because it was so slow, because they waited for that respawner of Moonlight, then that's a minute and a half already off the time. Man, great start to their defense, and close to those support ults, Dragon Blade as well. I mean, everything you could want and more from Kaiju Core. Your only real issue is that Ice has somehow magic Nana boost out of nowhere. Probably going to be invested onto either Doobie or Phoenix if it is in this engagement.
Yeah, and that's something to keep in mind, but Wamihi is already trying to get onto them with this Kitsune Rush. The Dragon Blade comes out, and sure, it's anti, but the damage is there. Combining the Blade plus the Diva boosters, it's just too much. They're caught in the stairwell, they're too slow. Redacted, then back to the spawn room once more.
The thing is, though, because that was not all that long, because you cut them on rotate, that's the perfect time to dive, but you use both ults to try and punish the Kitsune Rush and the Blade. Your opponents haven't had enough time to use any of their own, so it's a positive ult trade for the attackers, and the attackers only need one fight, so as a defenders, you have to be super, super judicious about that. Still the beat to keep them alive, so they're not super worried just yet, but you don't really have the punching power that you'd want anymore.
No, and now you're seeing the Diva picked up by the Gravitic Flux, dropping incredibly low. The sound barrier is there to keep the baby Diva nice and healthy, and it will be Mariposa going down once again. You're seeing Moonlight try to invest this captive Sun. It does manage to connect onto the Soldier, but unfortunately the Soldier is willing to meet you in your face. And all of those ults from Redacted Ka, they go by the wayside. This Sigma's getting staggered.
I mean, super brutal for both these teams, actually. They have to spend a lot. I mean, Holocan aims beat, misses the timing by a split second. Felix Felices loses the mech, so that's actually a mech reset from the tank of Kaiju Core, but the mech reset was enough. They're able to eliminate the backline. Redacted have to make wholesale swaps over to a Diva of their own. Entire new backline is to at least make some good out of having spent those ultimates already, but we're down to 45 seconds, Megalas. This could be last fight.
Could be last fight, and it could be the tale of two hit scans. Visor versus Overclock. Who's going to reign supreme? Doobie's on the low ground, already fired off one rail, didn't connect onto anything just yet. Sandbox God, meanwhile, towering above on this far back high ground. There's the rail starting to be fired from Doobie. It's putting damage into the Diva mech, but there's not a lot else. There's just Felix Felici standing directly in your face, but the Diva mech is going to be broken through here, but Starry Night is actually going to fall on the Tracer here. So now, with time running out, Redacted God, they don't really have, all of the time in the world to wait this one out. Sandbox God, meanwhile, will take advantage of this and be able to start raining down with his visor any moment now, but it will be Doobie finding the first picks, and now we are trading back and forth here. The number's still in favor of Redacted Ka, but it is getting more and more brutal here. The Diva's trying to pressure down the Soldier 76. They're finally going to find that pick, and it seems like in the final hour, Redacted Ka will get this payload cap.
Yeah, just trying to punish once again was Kaiju Core, but unfortunately in a scenario like that, knowing your opponents have to sprint for the objective, you can just set up to preempt that and take them down as they have to, maybe neglect some of the other space-taking steps you otherwise would have. Passing for the high ground, only 2 minutes here, so still very winnable for Kaiju Core, but they had let another opportunity slip through their fingers. Hopefully it doesn't affect their mental too much.
No, but I mean, there's just not the craziest time bank in the world, just 2 minutes, so you can get some good defensive fights in here. Phoenix flying up to the high ground before being forced back in a very unfortunate situation. Saturn drops incredibly low. I feel like this Genji constantly being pressured out here as the fight ensues over to the cart. The Kitsune Rush is going to be the first ult committed, followed up with that Coalescence. So now we are trading our flex support ultimates back and forth. It is going to be Sandbox God taken down here. Kaiju Core, they choose to invest further into this one. Both sound barriers actually now coming out in a 4v5 situation. The Diva Bomb from Felix Felicis in the backline just to try to get a guaranteed remech. And while they are able to remech, it is still just this back and forth brawl that you're seeing occur here. They're trying to demech Phoenix desperately, but in the meantime, Saturn has fallen at the hands of Doobie. Once again, this Sojourn now looking for an off angle as the Kaiju Core has decided they've been in this fight too long. They want a reset, and they're going to have to get it after losing it.
I mean, exactly. Redacted can there have a couple of advantages, and it does get close there, but in the end, I think it does come down to Moonlight getting the laser beat on Holocan aim. Yeah, it just means 15% behind or so now, but also here in what could be last fight territory, 45 seconds left on the clock, then there's no ultimates for really either of these teams bar this overclock, and a Dragon Blade now that's just been ripped.
The Dragon Blade, they find the Moira in the backline. They're able to take it out as well as stay alive. Is massive for Saturn. Doobie looking to get some kills with the overclock. Unfortunately, they aren't going to find anything but their own life taken from them at the hands of Wamihi on the Kiriko. And now leaving Phoenix demech with less than 30 seconds. I mean, you're going to have to run back to spawn and reset your mech.
Yeah, I think that's your only real option here. Not that they were particularly far or close, to their actual ultimate, so it's not the end of the world, but still just hurts. Still hurts your timing. And it's a super passive hold now from Kaiju Core. They know they have the rush. They're closer than ever to the beat. Saturn coming back on that Tracer, actually, to get a better duel against Starry Night. But still, advantage here for Kaiju Core.
Yeah, the advantage is theirs as we're heading into overtime. You're seeing Starry Night be the one to trigger that overtime on the cart. Wamihi is going to throw at the Kitsune Rush a massive tool here. Meanwhile, Redacted Ka, they're really waiting desperately for Mariposa to try to build up towards this Coalescence, but they won't be able to in time. Saturn takes them out. Sure, it's traded back and forth, and these trades are continuing, but they're going in Redacted Ka's favor. Doobie really becoming the hero once more that you need. The bomb being thrown down on cart means everybody has to hide for Redacted Ka. but they managed to take Phoenix out of the mech, as well as an E for Felix Felicis. No pulse bomb, combined with Hollow Aim having the sound barrier here, means that now the D.Va's missing. The sound barrier, though, is going to be mirrored on the other side. Redacted Cop, they're still in this one. The Coalescence focus down onto the Lucio, and it takes out the Kiriko as well. This Visor is raining down from the high ground, though. They have to try to hide from it, but the D.Va's on card. They really are stuck between a rock and a hard place, but they managed to weather the storm in the saloon. Now with that D.Va missing, Phoenix back on the Doomfist, we could be looking at Redacted Cod scraping this one out by the edge of their teeth.
What a pause.
I was going to say, this might be another disconnect, and it could be Mariposa again.
Oh, I mean, I don't know what to say. All that action is so chaotic. No, it looks like it was actually the tank player of Kaiju Corp. Felix Felicis has left the game, so hopefully we can get everyone back in lobby. And, I mean, a disconnect is always painful, but in an overtime scenario like this, where you can't really get back from spawn, you know, losing any of that spacing is tragedy for them. I mean, in that action, in that fight, it was so advantageous for Kaiju because they had the ults early on, right? But Redacted Cat with their respawners, with Ice and Moonlight coming back into the fight with supporters, that gave them the advantage that they needed. Sandbox had a great tag visor from the high ground, but unfortunately dropping to try and get some of those follow-up kills, not able to secure it, and, you know, without the ultimate aiding the aim, unfortunately the tracking just wasn't there to get the kill onto Ice, and so couple fumbles there. Unfortunately, Kaiju Corp are again going to let a great opportunity slip through their fingers. And it has to wear them. This, I don't want to put a layer on them just off this one series, but unfortunately it has been a little bit of choking so far, and it's going to have to be a truly generational clutch up here if they want to keep a leg in this map.
Yeah, and, you know, I mean, we can still see the game feed in the corner as we're waiting for Felix Felicis to reconnect. And, I mean, looking at it, the clutch, it might have to be Saturn, super close to that pulse bomb on the Tracer. But, you know, close is 10%, right? So if you're not able to build that 10%, if you're able to be focused down, it really could be... Oh, now it's my turn to sneeze, I guess. Yeah. Oh, my goodness.
Make sure you bless Megalast now.
But Felix Felicis has reconnected, and we're just going to be, again, in a very intense overtime fight, right? The cart is going to continue pushing here, and it's such a bad situation. I wonder if Kaiju Corp can get a touch onto it.
Holo can't aim. As long as they live, will be able to touch. I think they've gone too far. I'm not sure they can touch. They have to sprint for the objective. The Tracer is there. Now Lucio. The respawners have managed to make this some sort of fight. But what can they get done? Pulse Bomb misses. Thrown into the air. No ultimates online, though.
Yeah, and so now this fight is back and forth. It seems to be 5v5 on both sides, and Mariposa being the first one down is massive, right? That massive source of healing. Sure, they take down the Soldier 76, but now no healers alive. It's starting to go all in favor of Kaiju Corp. They needed to clutch up, as you said, and those touches come through at the right time. So Felix Felicis disconnects again. This disconnect could not come at a worse time.
At this point, like, your tank's already dead. Surely just play it out. Like, it's 1v4. I just rip it. But honestly, you never know what's going to happen. These two teams have been so close. The respawns, it feels like, are just coming in 5 seconds faster than they do in my ranked games. So, honestly, it could go either way. They obviously just have to wait. But it feels like it's just been a miracle from Kaiju Corp. I mean, we mentioned it probably had to be the pulse bomb coming through from Saturn, but that actually went a little bit wide and even find damage, I believe. But it's just great respawns coming through, great recontest. It was Saturn with the first touch, Holo can't aim with the second. Neither of them crucially are taken down. That gives enough time for Wamihi to TP on, for obviously Sandbox, for Felix to get onto the objective. And because of that, then we were able to get this turned fight win. Just Phoenix, who's currently active on the objective, maybe only 100 HP points to their name. And every other member of Redacted currently in the grave, pushing up the daisies. It would need to be something truly miraculous to stop Kaiju Corp tying this series up. But miracles, it feels like, are not in short supply right now.
I mean, yeah, but this is a miracle. Like, everybody is still dead. Nobody's even respawned for Redacted. So this Doomfist would have to live for, it looks like the closest respawn would be Moira. And, again, hasn't even physically respawned yet. So... you know, potentially Redacted sending out some internet shooters to try to take Felix Felicis out to prevent their golden tournament from going to waste here, as we are going to resume. That Doomfist has a nice little slam, but that Doomfist health will not long for this world. And finally, Redacted has been proven to be mortal. Kaiju Corp, they take the first map against them.
Ichor finally been spilt, but it takes an absolute Herculean effort from Kaijikor. Honestly, I do think they were the better team here, there's no two ways about it, but I think tossing some rocks into their own path here made it a little bit closer than maybe it had to be. This Dragon Blade, lovely crunch, and was simply not punished doing something so egregiously aggressive. I don't think Redacted had an answer to that, and finally having, bled, finally having been bruised, if I am Redacted, it's like a whole new challenge to deal with. A lot of teams can struggle with that mental game, and if it's never called into question, then it's never a problem for you. It's never something you have to learn to solve. Now it's finally cropping up. Now it's finally reared its ugly head. Will it be something they're able to work around quickly? Will they be able to reset? Or will it begin eating away at them and, begin harrying them, hampering them further and further into this series?
I mean, that is going to be the question, but we're going to give them a little bit of time to figure that out. It will be a break here, as we usually take after map 2. Make sure everybody sticks around, because I think we have a giga banger here on our hands. So make sure you stick around. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. welcome on back. Don't adjust your vision. You are seeing the truth right now. Redacted has finally dropped a map, but you know, there's still much more of this series to be played out before Kaiju Corps can say they got this upset. But I mean, you know, that Hollywood map, it was so close back and forth, Spectrum.
I mean, it was absolutely down to the wire. I mean, it took several respawners just throwing their bodies onto the objective to eventually find a victor on that map. So many situations that really could have gone either way, but when the dust settles, when all is said and done, it is 1-on-1 here in our matchup. New Junk City going to be coming up next. It's going to be a hell of a lot more similar to our first map of Nepal, and that does maybe favor Redacted a little bit more. Remember when they were playing their dive tanks, they did seem a little bit more of a lead playing this kind of, I believe it was mainly Sigma style, but of course they've shown that Reinhardt as well, they played as well, and found some really quite crazy success, so could be up in the air who takes it. Remember though, that kind of Ram Reaper May comp that we saw out of Kaiju Corps could still make it very threatening. The kind of dive tanks we were seeing before, these Divas and I think Sigma as well, not all that playable on a map like New Junk City, just because you're forced into these super short sight lines, and of course the Lucio being necessitated. So, because of those, could go either way. I think we've got another almost coin flip map here.
Yeah, and I feel like even though it's a coin flip map, and we've seen Redacted, they've played a lot of compositions, they clearly have leaned more towards that double flex support, right? The Ana Iari is their bread and butter. And, you know, I don't fault them for that by any means or stretches of the imagination, but it really is just... when you require Lucio on maps like this, it feels like, while Moonlight is no slouch at Lucio, you can feel that little bit of discomfort, and that's where Kaiju Corps is finding their advantages.
Very much so. I mean, 100% Holocron aim's going to run out, and it's been the hero that they move towards the most anyway, and no reason not to now. I would expect that maybe not a Diva, actually, but I think they're just messing around. No, actually,
they had everybody on the platform.
Yeah, that's also true. Okay, it looks like they want to play the same kind of dive comp. Not what I personally would have played here. Normally, Diva finds some trouble on Flashpoint, because she can't really access high grounds that she's normally stronger out. You have to frontline trade instead, and that's going to favor Phoenix 9 times out of 10. Note as well, Starry Night on that venture could well find some very quick eliminations.
Especially against Sandbox God lurking in the backline on the Sombra. That's something, yeah, they're already spy checking, trying to figure out where that Sombra is coming from, knowing that damage can be chucked in. But look at this. I mean, you're seeing Sandbox God already just play out of range of the Venture, and they're choosing to close the distance now. Redacted going on in, but that cleanse from Wamihi means that this point is unlocked, but it will be Holocant Aim, the first one to fall. Neither team really able to move on to objective just yet. They're still trying to take this neutral fight. Finally, Redacted with the one-person advantage sends their Junker Queen to point, and Sandbox God will fall at the hand of Doobie. So now it's just Kaiju Corps throwing their bodies onto point in an effort to not lose it up too much. But again, the baby Diva, it's just stuck here.
Okay, that is a remake kill on to Moonlight, but it shouldn't matter too much in the end. When he also hits the deck, it acts onto the Diva, seems had overkill, but when all's said and done, a significant lead for Redacted. One thing I also want to point out here, because Holocron Aim was the first to fall, only 29% of the way to that sandbag compared to Moonlight, who's at 80. That's a big disadvantage. The ult's going to be a significant issue for Kaiju Corps. Redacted can just begin to rotate them, probably starting out with this Coalescence.
Yeah, nothing to stop that Coalescence unless Sandbox God can find an amazing hack onto Mariposa, but that is easier said than done when you're being spy checked as hard as you are. So now the Sombra just having to lurk and hide in the backline, dropping incredibly low, but manages to live for the time being. Meanwhile, there's a frontline war occurring. Moonlight is going to drop that sound barrier into the Kitsune Rush. Supports being traded back and forth here in a 4v4 situation, so it is not done one way or the other. And now a Starry Night going down, followed up by Phoenix. Despite the fact that Redacted is going to get up to 99 here, it is going to be Kaiju Corps getting a good fight win and flipping the point.
That's almost a perfect fight win, actually. I mean, not only do they trade only the Kitsune Rush for both support ults, but it allows them to save this sound barrier through. So whenever Phoenix decides to use that ultimate, that Rampage, then there will be protection for it. It won't simply Rampage through them like we saw in some previous series. So Kaiju Corps are in a great spot. If they can win with just an EMP, for example, here, then they can snowball that into probably taking our first sub point here.
Yeah, and you're seeing where Sandbox God is playing. There's no way to even be attempted to be scouted out there. Phoenix actually incredibly disconnected from the team right now, while Saturn is in the backline causing chaos, taking the Moira out of it. And it's just the fastest escape in the world from Redacted. They realize they don't have time to take too many fights.
Yeah, you don't really have any other option there. No Moira, your odds in the fights are essentially nil. Again, haranguing is Sandbox good. As long as they aren't caught out, though, it doesn't really matter what they do. The EMP is all that matters about them right now.
Yeah, and so now it's a rotation outside, but they don't realize that the Sombra's inside of them. It's going to be 4 caught up by that EMP. Massive. The sound barrier committed from Hollow can't aim. More of just a secured tool, but what is secured right now is Kaiju Core getting our first point here on Flashpoint.
Super impressive from them. I mean, normally Flashpoint's a super hard map to retake on, right? But Kaiju Core they play their ults pretty perfectly, except for one large issue. Rampage still online, no beat for it, so it has to be a cleanse from Wamihi. And while it is AoE, it often can't catch the whole 5, so a good placement from the ult of Phoenix, and we could see first fight going the way of Redacted as well here on Junkyard.
Yeah, and so now it is Redacted sort of figuring themselves out on the back foot, but anytime they have, Doobie has been clutch with this overclock, and it looks like it might be time for that again. We see how well you can play the range, but you have a Sombra on you, and it actually forces the slide out, making it just that much harder for the Sojourn to live. The Rampage comes through, the sound barrier isn't there this time, but it actually is going to be a first cap going to Kaiju Core, despite them losing members already here, and just off the back of that Rampage, it seems like it will be a flip for Redacted.
And Doobie too has some great firing lines. This is probably the most hit scan map, or hit scan favored map, I suppose, or point on the map. It's just crazy. And now with the overclock online as well, any attempt to walk is going to be super tricky for Kaiju Core. Yes, you do have the defense matrix to allow you to get a little bit closer, but that's not nearly enough. So a quick assassination from the Sombra Tracer dive onto Doobie might actually be required. Else, in the 5v5, I think you just get cooked here.
Yeah, it could be interesting, and they're investing the Kitsune Rush incredibly early here, creating space off the back of it. Sandbox God dropping incredibly low thanks to this Coalescence coming through, and it will be finished up by Starry Night, and now this Coalescence just wreaking havoc, but it is turning. It is now a 3v3 situation here on the point. No DPS prowess alive right now for Redacted, so they're just being hounded by Saturn on this Tracer over and over. The Moira being pressured out, Mariposa living for the moment, but it is going to be the D.Va finally falling here now. The picks going back in Redacted's favor, but they almost lost control of that.
It got super close. I wasn't quite certain about that Kitsune Rush, but taking out in percentage now, they were forced to use it. A touch, I believe, a possibility. A fight, though, a different matter entirely. Boops, touches, recalls, but fell.
Yeah, and it seems like it's just going to be a sort of touch in envy, if nothing else, here for Kaiju Core, as Redacted will tie us up 1-1 here on New Junk City. And I mean, these points, they're also different compared to Servasa, where they can play the same. I mean, there's so much different verticality and things of that nature.
Indeed. I think now that the ult rotation's set up as well for Redacted, that it makes them in such a more comfortable spot. I mean, 4 check marks here as we head on to bomb flats. Not much verticality here, still some long sight lines, so Doobie, Starry Night, both going to be terrifying with those hit scan abilities. Pulse Bomb could be a free pick though, with no Suzu to cleanse it.
Yeah, as you're seeing the post bomb being committed, it does actually manage to find Doobie. Ended up possibly sliding into that one. Now the bomb being committed from Felix Felices as almost a remake tool. Hollow can't aim again, just committing a sound barrier to keep everybody nice and healthy for the time being. Phoenix will be able to chase down Wamihi though, and so despite the first picks going one way, this tactical visor is trying to turn the tide, but there's unfortunately just a D.Va defense matrix in your face. You're still able to find the Sombra, but at the cost of your own life. It is this back and forth though. Hollow can't aim, the next to fall here, and it seems like it's just the D.Va trying to stand tall on point. In Kaiju Core, very similar to last point, they get the first tap, but they aren't able to hold it.
And it extra hurts as well when your opponents have spent significantly less than you. Starry Night goes over to the Tracer, mirroring out Saturn. Probably a good adaptation on the whole. But I mean, you use your own beat as well. You don't find too much. Remember, you got that pick too from that Pulse Bomb. It's a pretty tragic fight from them. This isn't the end of the world. If they hit an EMP before the Rampage comes through, they can probably trade out positively. But again, Rampage, a massive issue for them to try and deal with.
They realize they can't see the Lucio at the time, but Doobie decided to end this fight before it even has a chance to start. Railgun popping over and over again, taking out both supports, taking out the D.Va to boot, and it will be Redacted continuing to tick up here.
that might be the flashpoint, to be honest. A touch is a possibility, but with Felix only respawning now, then they're a hell of a way forward. When Mihi moves over to the Moira, wants a little bit more healing. I guess maybe feels the survivability of the Kiriko perhaps isn't enough as well. Again, any EMP fight is a winnable fight, but you need to go first.
Need to go first, and you have to catch this Lucio, but the Lucio is in sight here, as you're seeing Moonlight be forced down, along with Doobie taken out of the fight, so the Coalescence and the Rampage both being invested now, trying to turn this tide for Redacted, and they're actually managing to do it, taking out Wamihi and Sandbox God. Saturn with only 8 HP can't take down the Moira. This Diva losing HP incredibly fast, chooses not to invest that bomb that was there. The bomb will actually go onto them from Starry Night, that Pulse committed, and that will be a second flashpoint going over to Redacted.
Staking a baby Diva, I have to say, that is spiteful. Plenty of overkill comes through there, but at the end of the day, gets the job done all the same. Kaiju Core now have to fight against map point here, and it looks like it will be Ducks where they will make their stand. Great point for them, all things considered. Having some high ground to play around will benefit Felix significantly. And having the Pulse too, I mean, it found a pick last time, it was online, still no cleanse to mirror it out, so if it connects, could be it. Not the best scenario. I have to say that Redacted have impressed me. I think they do have the momentum, and I think their mental game as well is on their side, but that's not necessarily always converting into fight wins. Pulse misses.
Pulse goes wide, but this Moira for Mariposa going incredibly aggressive. Ultimately ends up falling and is traded out. The Moira's both getting killed. I would say, yeah, just post-death. And now Phoenix is lighting it up with those Jagged Blade kills in the kill feed. It's going to be more and more picks. Felix Felicis trying to not let this one end without a proper fight, but that Diva can only do so much for so long. The recall already forced out from Saturn. The DMAC has come through, and it seems like when it's all said and done, Redacted once again going to be standing strong here on this point.
It looks like they will. I mean, missed Pulse on hurts. Yeah, at least you charge into another one, but unfortunately, just without that pick, you don't have many tools in the fight. Redacted had a better position, and they were conversing off the back of it. Felix also went aggressive early on, got remix. Yes, but that DMAC, it hurts. That's the uptime loss, and of course, that skill orb coming through from Ice after they fell already. Taking care of Hoyokon and negated that advantage. Pushing in once again. We'll see if this pushes any stronger. Well, that's pretty succinct.
I was going to say, it's massive. That Pulse Bomb, it finally connects this time around, taking those two out of the fight here, while Phoenix is able to take down Wamihi. I mean, and this Jungle Queen is trying to do everything. The mech as well as the Sombra falling at the hands of this Queen. I mean, you have the Rampage. Do you feel like committing it? You ultimately decide to hang on to that one for the time being.
Flip is a flip. 60% accrued means that maybe if it goes back the other way, they will have at least a touch onto the objective, and Sound Barrier for Rampage means that they can be relatively comfortable no matter how they elect to invest these ults. If I were Kaiju Core, I'd be calling for early pressure onto Doobie. If this overclock goes, you really don't want to have to Sound Barrier it, because then you have no tools for the Rampage, but a dive from Sandbox and Saturn could stop that from ever being an issue.
Yeah, and so that's going to be what they look to set up here, but maybe Starry Night with their own Pulse Bomb trying to set up their own hero play. The Coalescence means that Pulse, it goes wide, but the Rampage is there. The Sound Barrier to meet it. Hollow K aim, keeping everybody healthy for the time being, and so it is all traded back and forth. No kills come through until finally Hollow K aim being the first one taken down. Saturn also now removed from the fight. Wamihi is going to be able to trade back, though, taking the Lucio out of it, but there's still so many members of Redacted alive. They're going to be able to even have the shout now to keep themselves nice and healthy. Felix Felicis realizing they just have to die on point for their team to get another fight.
It's going to have to be a rough touch, but if they do, it won't be too bad at all. Just towing on the point would Kaiju Core until Sandbox God can let rip with this EMP, but I have to say that EMP fight conversion rate has not been maybe as stellar as they would have hoped for. Still Overcook online for Doobie. We've seen them make magic with that particular tool before. Re-engaging, yeah, it's going to be comfortable in getting overtime started, but past that, what can they do?
Yeah, it's going to be a question here. The EMP already committed. The Sound Bearer was not caught, though, so now Moonlight able to keep everybody healthy through it for the time being. And there's Doobie committing this overclock, as you said, but it's not even needed right now. The raw damage from the rest of the squad is what's turning up, and it is just members falling left and right for Kaiju Core. They don't have anybody but this Diva touching the point. There's only so much you can do, and Redacted, they're showing that maybe that map was a fluke. They take Flashpoint.
2-1, yeah. Kaijiko, unfortunately, just feel like they were trying to play catch up the entire match and never really were able to get there. Every time they kind of got control of the objective, it felt like, I mean, I feel like the Diva was just a huge issue for them, something they've really consistently struggled with. But as well, because of the threat of the Rampage, because of how they were always overrulting, it feels like to actually get those fight wins, then consistently, once they had control, they couldn't really do anything about it. So 2-1 here. Gonna have to have 2 maps in a row if they want to find the win, else Redacted will be reaching, I believe, the finals still without losing a series. Lower bracket looming for Kaiju Core, but they're not out of the game just yet.
Yeah, and I mean, they've proven before, right? Like, each of these maps, like Flashpoint a little bit less purely from that comp sort of mismatch they had there with the Diva Intel, but these maps have been close. They've been taking it to Redacted. It's not just been a steamroll one way like a lot of their series have been. So, I'm very excited to see where we're heading for Push. Simply because, that Junker Queen look that we saw from Redacted is good on a lot of these Push maps. So you gotta sort of wonder if you're either ready to match the Junker Queen or properly assess the threat and, counter it out.
I mean, I think for New Queen Street in particular, Diva's pretty strong still. I mean, there's a lot less of these kind of enclosed chokes where Diva really struggles. You've got some high grounds to play around. For example, the kind of tube in the center of the map, the kind of shop fronts, I suppose you'd call them, kind of surrounding that. And of course, the most unassailable one, that huge overhang that kind of overlooks the forward spawns, right? So I think Diva's pretty playable here if that's what Felix Felicis wants to continue on playing. But equally, right, you need to have some answers to this Queen comp because you really struggled with it on previous map of New Junction City. Flashpoint was not particularly kind to you, so hopefully in this kind of pause time, they have, taken that time to speak to each other, figure out what's going wrong, and come up with some solutions.
Solutions indeed going to be the name of the game here because, Push, your back's against the wall, Kaiju Cord. Like, there's no real options for loss at this point. You have to win this one to go to Escort. And like you said, New Queen Street, I'm just stuck in the New Junk City phase. It's a very interesting map. Lots of those linear sightlines, as you're saying. Not as many oppressive chokes. It really comes down to just how teams choose to approach this one. And again, our observers, like, who would have think to go in this tunnel?
Observers. I think something like changes in your brain when you start observing, and it just never goes back. You know how people who do really dangerous things all the time have a shrunken amygdala, free solo climbers who climb without protection. I think observing changes your brain to appreciate the beauty in the world, and I think we just don't have that.
Yeah, no, they are they are definitely a cut above. There's no other words for it. Observer team, we love you all, hearts and kisses. But what we do love is Kaiju Core highlighting this comp every single time, but not actually running out on.
Yeah, we'll see exactly what they elect to do. I honestly, if I'm Kaiju Core, I would just play the Ram Reaper comp, because that worked out super well for you, to be honest. I think it looked like their best strat all the entire time, and yeah, he probably no Ilari there would be for the best. So both playing pretty heavy brawl comps. Redacted are going to be a little bit better on these shorter sightlines, and playing a bit more of a poke game are Kaiju Core.
Yeah, and having that Zoriento, it's going to be interesting, especially with the Kiri. It means they might have to go a little bit faster than they would like necessarily. These main walls from Starry are going to be a certain thorn in the side here. You're seeing the Kiriko already pressured out, but it actually is going to be Felix Felicis already taken down with the Zarya. My mistake, yeah. Tanks traded back and forth, so now in a 4v4 situation here. You're seeing the amp of the heals coming out from Moonlight, trying to keep people healthy, but Mariposa already down. Is traded for the Reaper. Again, these trades are going back and forth. These two teams really meeting each other head on here. The Mei coming out of Ice Block can only live for so long, and now it is Sandbox God with a massive amount of damage, trying to kill the Lucio. Can they do it? It seems as though, at least for the time being, everybody on Redacted is going to live, but now this Zarya is back, the first one to return to the fight, which means the Ramatra should also be there. It really is just a continue to stagger out fight. Zubi is the first casualty, but HoloCat will pay for that with their life. Sandbox God now taking out Starry Night means no DPS for the side of Redacted, and it is going to be finally Kaiju Core surging forward here with an advantage. They're putting the Kitsune Rush as the exclamation point on this fight. The Ramatra can't do anything but fall over.
You don't normally see this much ult charge accrued in just a minute and a half, Megalast, but as it stands, that's 4 check marks that were accrued for Kaiju Corps, investing one to get the flip. Note how far behind Felix Felicis is because they got booped off in that first fight and haven't really been able to contribute since. It will be a bit of an issue for them, but I mean, Overclock, Death Blossom, and with Starry Night having recently swapped over to their mate, it means that Kaiju Corps in this next fight have significant advantage. Second fight, always the most impressive, the most important here on this game mode as well, so just kiting this Coalescence probably for the best.
Yes, kite the Coalescence, re-engage this one properly. You're running away from the Ramatra Fist as well. Felix Felicis dropping incredibly low and can't live! You're not able to stay alive. You lose your Zarya, and that's a main source of damage as well as your tank. All the frontline pressure going away means that Redacted, they're going to be able to push forward into this one and get the bot moving on their side now.
And you need to sound barrier that. There's no two ways about it. If Felix Felicis is just given a little bit more time, then you can at least go for a grab. And even posthumously after the Zarya goes down, then a Death Blossom could win out the fight for you. But as it stands, Pendulum swings the other way, and it's Redacted now in control of the robot.
Yeah, but they have the Zarya back. It looks like it's going to be a heavy ult fight, but Saturn strikes first! The Death Blossom goes massive, taking 2 out of the fight. And while trades are coming through, it unfortunately is not enough. The Ramatra using Annihilation. Phoenix believing they're the main character. They can't turn the tide. Kaiju Corps get the bot moving in their favor and keep the lead.
I mean, lovely momentum swing from them, and only off the back of that Death Blossom as well. It allows you to save through arguably your scariest ults. That is the beat. The Graviton Surge and the Overclock. Redacted don't have an answer to that. Phoenix moves over to the Sigma here. It allows them to play a harder poke, but it would allow them to get run over as well. So Reinhardt, I have to say I prefer. Still going to be about a 50-50 matchup. If they can just shoot out the Zarya, punish Felix, then that's going to be their best chance. But anything other than that, and it's going to be Kaiju who will have an advantage.
Yeah, so that Death Blossom now you're seeing from Doobie trying to mirror the same exact value, and while it doesn't come from that, it is going to be a wasted Graviton now. Nobody able to follow up on it. Saturn trying to shoot into it. Box God also wasting their ultimate. Just lots of wasted ultimates back and forth. Saturn's ultimately going to perish on the objective here at the cost of a Coalescence. And Redactica, they're back in control.
And not to point the finger too much, but this is the second fight in a row where Holocaust has elected not to utilize the sound. For what reason? What are we saving the beat for? Unfortunately, we're almost 4 minutes into the map and we still haven't seen a cast of the ultimate. And that is a huge issue for them, considering how pivotal it is. At the end of the day, searching for the perfect sound barrier isn't going to do jack for you if there are plenty good opportunities to pop that ult. Mauga instead, Echo instead, it allows you to front load that damage. You're going to really struggle here if you're Phoenix. They've played against this before.
Yeah, and now that Death Blossom being caught in a blizzard bite, it doesn't find any damage, but the damage comes through from the rest of the squad in the Kitsune Rush. It's all red in the kill feed. Kaiju Corps, again, they're just surging forward off this momentum.
I mean, now we do use the sound barrier, but it's a 3 ultimate investment. Adds maybe an overspend, I'd call it, and Redacted only using their Blizzard means that they're still not in a great position after having some fresh swaps over to a Mauga of their own, Reaper of their own, but still comfortable. Feels like could have been a bigger advantage for them, but the Duke going to be next on the chopping block for Kaiju Corps to utilize the beat from Moonlight going to be there, cancelling it out.
No forward spawns being given, but you're seeing Phoenix drop incredibly low at the hands of that Reaper. Saturn really putting in the pressure, and so now that is going to be the forward check mark for the side of Kaiju Corps. They're really putting on display how well they know this map, because now this bot's going to be moving and they'll have the forward spawns in tow.
Yeah, I mean, Kaiju Corps again in the lead in the map and can continue to move it forward. Being able to save through the duplicate, huge for them here, because a second Mauga, for example, in this fight, and even a sound barrier wouldn't keep Phoenix alive through that. It's just so much damage coming through. Has to not go down here early, and instead is.
Yeah, Sandbox God now removed from the fight. That Echo, that duplicate, no longer a factor. But it seems like the space is still being respected until Mariposa comes forward with this. But it's actually going to be a Death Blossom from Saturn. It manages to take out not 1, but 2. They're continuing to invest in this fight despite being down there. Echo, the Reaper, so low HP. Starry Night can't do anything. Saturn, why have you not been playing Reaper this whole time? My goodness!
Finding real results here on the Reaper. I mean, these Death Blossoms have been, I think, at 100% fight conversion rate. 3 invested, got 3 wins as well. Redacted seem absolutely lost. Over to this Ana Sigma. They want to play this poke longer, but while they have long sight lines, it's also super easy to abuse the Sigma.
Yeah, with the Kitsune Rush now out from Wamihi, they're actually able to kill down Saturn, and that's massive, right? Because now it's a waste of a cage fight from Felix Felicis. Not able to do a whole heck of a lot. They're throwing Death Blossom onto a cage. super interesting investments coming out here from Redacted. They threw a lot into that fight when they might not have needed to.
Yeah, I mean, both sides invest heavily there. When the dust settles, it is Redacted who have the objective, and they have the only checkmark on the field, at least for now. Will be a sound barrier to meter it out, and Felix back over to the Zarya. They love playing this counter-upping game to both these tanks, but so far it is, of course, winning quite heavily in the favor of Kaiju Core. 18 meters the difference. But Kaiju Core need to keep winning here. They need to burn this time bank down, because if they don't, remember, they are down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, and it should be Doobie being the hero with the overclock, taking the Echo out, and now a sound barrier from Hollow Can't Aim, trying to keep the 3 members of Kaiju Core healthy, but like I said, they're only 3 members. Felix Elisi's already dropping incredibly low here. They're still short-handed in this fight, so they should have to back up. They're trying to protect these forward spawns as long as they can, and if they actually were able to hang on to them, they're going to have the rest of their squad back in this fight. That means Saturn and Echo should be returning here. Phoenix, meanwhile, building close and having this online. This Gravitic Flux isn't gonna matter. The beam damage too much. You can't eat that with Kinetic Grasp. And now with the Sigma missing, you're seeing Redacted just sort of run, tail tucked between their legs. They realize they can't fight this without their tank.
And as the most anti-clutch person imaginable, somebody who hates ulting numbers down, that was a great decision from Hollow Can't Aim. Recognizing that you have both supports active and they only have the Lucio heals, it means that you can absolutely clutch that out. Assassin taken down, Flux catches 3, and it might just be a reset here for Kaiju Core, but at the end of the day, not affecting the distance on the wall at all. It's a 1 ult for nothing trade for Redacted Cat, and that means that as the time of bank just gets lower and lower, Kaiju Core can keep the seesawing this objective in the middle of the map as they push through next. I mean, if a grab hits, there's not really anything that Redacted can do about it. They can beat it out, sure, but Hollow Can't Aim actually doesn't have the later beat. That probably has to be what they structure their fight plan around. I mean, 4 check marks to 3, though. Again, I have to give the lead here to Kaiju Core.
Yeah, these ultimates really coming up massive, but a good sleep dart could be massive, combined with Starry Night throwing in the Death Blossom early before anybody gets a chance to decide anything else. Starry Night deciding that they will also be one of the gods or goddesses of Reaper. And so now, Redacted COD, they're gonna get this bot moving effectively in their position once again.
There will be, I believe, a recontest before the forward spawns get capped or right after, and then there will need to be probably about 2 more. And they just don't have the time to play these out and actually make mistakes. So they need to start playing perfectly, and they need to start that right now.
And it's going to start with an overclock combined with a nano boost. It's Doobie getting 2! And now you're finishing up onto the Zarya, make it a 3rd. It's just all blue right now in the kill feed, but they're entering towards overtime in Kaiju Core. They've got the ult bank.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say that it's all well and good to get that conversion here, but it's now 5 ults against 1. And remember, Kaiju Core literally only need 1 fight win. It feels like unless it had a perfect Soch rail every fight, then Redacted might have just lost his map here.
It's going to be difficult. The Death Blossom out. Phoenix not able to weather the storm there. That Echo duplicate onto the Reaper. Not long for this world, but it's actually traded back and forth. So now Hollow Can't Aim, throwing out that sound barrier, keeping everybody in this one. But Starry Night going to be the next to fall. This Graviton hasn't been thrown out yet. Finally, it's going to be dedicated purely onto the Ana Mariposa. Removed. Moonlight is still alive, though, on this bot with a Doomfist in check. It is just the Doom once again. It feels like Hollywood all over again on Doomfist versus the world. All of this HP to cut through, but they're doing it in spades right now. Kaiju Core, they've proven it wasn't a fluke. They're taking us to map 5.
Going all the way, and who would have it any other way? Redacted really caught off guard there. It looked to me almost like Kaiju Core weren't... Oh, firstly, I love all the pink skins, all the Hangzhou Spark skins, that's banger, but in all seriousness though, I mean, I think Kaiju Core almost weren't expecting to use 5 ultimates there. I think they were almost autopiloting back onto the kind of mindset you don't need to use every checkmark in the game, but once they realized they could, they did just let them all fly, and there is nothing that Redacted can do against that. Beat came through a little bit late, I think, as well, from the Kaiju Core side. Could have possibly mirrored out that of Redacted's, but in the end, doesn't matter at all. We're going 2-2 here. We're going the entire way. And if we had to bet, I don't think anyone would have bet on this.
No, I mean, heading into the series, Redacted, they were immortal. They stood on a pedestal above. They hadn't dropped a map, but now they've dropped 2. And Kaiju Core is looking to make it not just dropping maps, but the first series drop by their hands. But it will be on the other side of this break that we see this 5th map and how it all plays out. So make sure everybody sticks around. You do not want to miss how this concludes.
Absolutely.
Inside here, you get an insight and you know something, but you don't want to say it out loud because you're kind of afraid that it's not going to be really true and it'll spoil the whole thing for you, But when somebody makes you say it, then, and it's true, then it just makes it more beautiful of a thing.
Welcome back to what has been an explosive series out of NA Rising Division here. Redacted Ka taken to task right now. This undefeated team looking pretty mortal and beatable here, but Kaiju Core, they still have to get the job done. And I mean, Smackdown, this series, it really has been blows back and forth.
I mean, I gotta say, I probably expected this to go... I mean, I thought it'd go 3-1 to Redacted, right? And I also thought that it would also be only Control going the way of their opponents, but evidently I've been proved crazy wrong. We've gone all the way here to Route 66, momentum a little bit on the side of Kaiju Core. There is one thing that kind of bugs me, right? Route 66, up next, super long sidelines, super poke-heavy map. That is exactly what Redacted love to play, so in terms of their map choice, I think they've chosen perfectly for where to make their final stand. And Kaiju Core haven't really had a great answer to this poke-heavy composition just yet. You know, they can't mirror it out so far, so while they can try and dive it, and that's what I have a feeling they'll elect to do, then whether we'll see results from that or not is a different story entirely.
Yeah, but I mean, Route 66, Redacted's pick, and as you said, I mean, there's a reason they felt confident in selecting it. It feeds into exactly the type of style they want to play. Kaiju Core, they're going to have to find a way to either close that distance or match it. I do not think this is a defensive comp we're running out on. I was going to say, the Zen with a Brig is just a little too silly for my liking.
Zen Brig is something I actually really like. It's just it's bad right now, is the problem. So, if they were a Zen Brig team, firstly, that's respectable. Secondly, get your ass on ball. Thirdly, have fun, profit on one of the hardest, highest skill cap comps in the game. But it not really profit right now. Zen has been nerfed once again. And so we are on Ana Brig. Pretty standard. You play around your nanocycles. You basically win every fight where you have nano boost because you can throw it on Saturn or Felix Felicis and then ruin somebody on Redacted's day. And Redacted starting out on the offense can't really play this double FS comp in much the same way. So they want to go for Sari on the Widow, probably just for the spawn swap. Looks like it permanently, though, positioning like that.
Yeah, I mean, granted, Widowmaker, there's definitely a lot of angles and stuff you can take and then head back to spawn here. It is always interesting, but like you said, it could be a permanent selection. Meanwhile, Kaiju Core, on their defense, they're going to be looking to sort of get a Genji and Winston perfectly into the backline, potentially synced up with a Dynamite. So that's exactly what you're going to want to watch out for. As it seems both teams are choosing to take it slow, just do a little bit of the scope work.
Don't have much reason to give up advantage first. Doobie almost does, but the HP, the difference will live, at least for now. It's Saturn's turn to be on the defensive, but again, will be living. Felix is low. That's probably the most worrying factor for me. So Kaiju Core is going to give up a little bit more push while they wait for everyone to get back up to full HP.
Yep, and now that everyone's full HP, it is going to be this Winston once again heading on into the backline, but you're seeing the entirety of Redacted try to play this low ground. The Winston out of LOS of your heals means that you will not survive, and you're seeing the entirety of Kaiju Core now not try to stagger themselves any further. They want to get their Winston back before they get this fight going.
I mean, losing out on Winston, unfortunately, super painful here. I mean, other than Doobie, you don't really have any great targets too, so as long as that Sojourn stays close to the Junk Queen especially, then you're going to really struggle finding a way in on the Winston, which is why we see the D.Va instead.
Yeah, and so now with that massive anti, it is going to be Phoenix, though, coming forward, just walking onto the backline on this high ground. Starry Night putting a nice little kill onto the D.Va once again. I feel like that's the third or fourth time I've seen a pulse bomb onto a baby D.Va. Starry Night really has something to say.
Yeah, what did baby divas do to you? Like, you could just use your guns. They're gonna die arguably faster, but certainly leaves a message, I'll put it that way. Kaiju Core, they're getting run over relatively quickly. The Queen, really not something they expected, not something they were able to deal with. Lovely nade to force Starry Night out. So Kaiju Core at least establishing well onto probably the strongest point in the game for the comp they're playing. But they're gonna have to get more than a little bit of time off the bank because there's 4.5 minutes on the time bank. Nano Boost, though, onto Saturn could be deadly.
Yeah, I mean, that Nano Blade, there's a reason it's one of the known combos of the game. And now you're seeing a nade chucked in from downtown. Massive! It puts onto both the Jungle Queen and the Tracer here. No follow-up potential. Now it is going to be the anti coming the other side at the hands of the Rampage from Phoenix here. But they're able to weather the storm. Now this Blade coming out means the Sound Barrier will be there in response from Moonlight. But they're able to still find the Moira just caught out, and then Moonlight's Sound Barrier will not keep them alive forever. Saturn coming up with 2, and then Sandbox God also putting a punctuation mark, winning the hit scan duel. And while you're missing your Ana, I mean, hey, there's a Resurrect right there for a reason.
I mean, I understand the impetus to try and beat the Blades, but at the end of the day, you can kill through Sound Barrier with Nano Blade, so you have to lightning fast, like either otherwise disable or just straight up eliminate the Genji. Else, I mean, that's kind of what you're going to end up seeing. So just does their job, does Saturn, and Kaiju Core now can really start snowballing this defense.
Yep, and so this defense, it's getting stronger and stronger, but Redacted coming in, we know how deadly Doobie can be with this overclock. You're looking to probably put on a performance with it here and now. Managed to surge out onto the top of the repair shop as everybody's just continuing to take shots left, right, and center. Doobie doesn't even get a chance to pop the overclock. Felix Felici's combined with Sandbox is going to be enough damage to take him out. And meanwhile, Sandbox realizes exactly what's going on here, takes that Tracer off the cart, and it's going to be another soft reset here for Redacted, but they're not even choosing to reset. They're still in this.
I mean, if I'm Kaiju Core, technically I don't care whether I'm actually winning the fight or not, as long as time is being burnt, and Phoenix going down makes this fight a hell of a lot more winnable. The rest will be cleaned up pretty quick-like, and yeah, just free-firing is Sandbox God. If these fights go long, then Kaiju Core will win out. They have the damage, they have the angles, so Redacted have to clear them out relatively quick-like and find eliminations, else, I mean, they're just going to get stacked, cleaned up like this. That's so much time off the bank. Phoenix wants to go to the Zarya so they can win the 1v1 with the D.Va, but I will say that it's going to be really quite tricky to find a real 1v1 just because those boosters make it so easy to access the high ground, whereas Phoenix is going to have to walk either like through the high ground as we see now, or if they get knocked down, back up the stairs.
Exactly, and another massive anti-forces to cleanse out already from Mariposa, but now they're seeing the confidence of the overclock, but the overclock unfortunately shut down by Sandbox God, who will be taken out by a pulse bomb on the other side of things. Recall forced by that Dragon Blade. Saturn not coming up with the goods this time, but the damage is still there right now, and it is Kaiju Core that actually, you know, they were the ones that had a good advantage, but they're being sent reeling back and forth now. Phoenix taken out on the Zarya. Recall force because of the anti-nade from Wamihi, and it is just going to be this back and forth. Now they get Tsune Rush being invested, but the Nano on the other side of it is keeping this D.Va in this fight for a lot longer than they have any right to. Doobie taking out Wamihi, though, means that source of healing is going to be gone, but the Bob is there. Now combined with the bomb from the D.Va, this is going to continue to go on, and Moonlight will be taken down from a dash plus the Bob damage. And despite Redacted investing into that and getting so many picks, they're forced to reset.
That they are. I mean, lovely catch up there. They recognize that with Phoenix gone, and that's a significant advantage that Redacted simply don't have. And so it is an expensive fight for them, but they get a stabilization. Sound Barrier, the only checkmark aligned for anyone right now, doesn't really have the kill power you'd want. And so it's still going to have to be a long rotate, and in that rotate, Kaiju Core can pick off pretty much anyone.
Yeah, it's going to be on this damage boosted Ash to come up with the goods here. You're seeing the pressure come down onto the cart. Meanwhile, this pulse bomb, it has been built up, and Sandbox God will actually be the first to fall thanks to this rotation, but Doobie will be traded on the other side. Now the question is, will the Mercy get a resurrect? And Phoenix answers that with a resounding no, but it is Saturn still getting pick after pick, trying to keep Kaiju Core into this point B, but it seems like it is all for naught. The D.Va mech removed, the Genji's down at the hands of Kiriko, and with the limited time bank left, Redacted should be getting into point 3.
Yeah, you can touch, but you won't have a chance of actually finding a kill, and so Sandbox God sacrifices their life, and what for? Well, we will never truly know. Over to the Zarya, can't aim onto the Lucio, so it's a similar us. Exactly, a large advantage core, and an area of map like this without pretty much any good flanks, then Kaiju Core should be feeling pretty comfortable.
Yeah, especially with the Graviton combined with the pulse that you're seeing here, the Immortality Field, though, gonna keep everybody nice and healthy for the time being, and it's actually Phoenix taken out, and now the damage is there from the entirety of Kaiju Core. They managed to turn that Graviton into their favor, and now with less than 60 seconds, Redacted, once again, have to figure something out.
One would imagine we're looking at a hold here, both EPS ults, just a Sound Barrier to mirror it out. Maybe an overclock, yeah, probably an overclock should the fight go particularly long, but you need 2 fight wins here if you want to finish the map, and with a hold this close, it's tricky at the best of times. Again, plenty of spam damage and higher charge on Felix Felicis, of course. Another advantage that Redacted going to have to overcome.
Yep, and this advantage is going to be difficult here. The Dragon Blade, unfortunately, is not going to keep Saturn healthy because the Sound Barrier is there to keep all of Redacted alive. Now with that Immortality Field wasted, Phoenix taking it down. It is going to be Redacted pushing forward on their offense here, and it is Kaiju Corp just smartly choosing to back up. Sandbox God not able to get out, though. That Ana just so deadly for Mariposa.
Yeah, lovely work taking care of Saturn on the Genji. Okay, you can't get picked there, Phoenix. You can't die there. Tragic death, overtime trigger, but this payload could keep careening towards the finish line. There is a Bob, 2 contest support ults too, but no tank gonna make this harder than it has to be. Wamihi taken down. It's gonna continue battling back and forth. Nano boost, overclocking the cap. Only a second away, just 2 members left living, and they should be cleaned up, beat to keep them alive yet longer, but it won't win them the fight.
No, and that Sound Barrier, you can only do so much. The Kiriko teleports out, but despite the struggles they had on points 2 and 3, Redacted, they finished the map, no time in their bank, and Kaiju Corps now have a tall task ahead of them to keep these overtime rounds going.
It's doable, though. At the end of the day, as long as there isn't some gargantuan time bank, it's always pretty doable. But on the flip side of things, this is where Redacted can play their double FS comp. And that's always going to be a hell of a lot harder to attack into if they want to go towards that. So from Kaiju Corps, I am a little bit worried. Putting in all this work to force Redacted to a map 5 and then just kind of crumbling here on Hollywood would be an absolute disaster from them. And especially with how good their defense looked throughout kind of second point. So it's an awkward spot for them. They really kind of did slip at the final hurdle, but they've got another chance now to really bring things back. They want to start on this Winston once again. And fair enough to them. If it ends up with their opponents playing something they can dive, then it will flatten them. But note Starry Knight on the Ashe, Doobie on the Sojourn. Yeah, we are seeing the SIG comp once again. We've seen this go both ways. In theory, this matchup is about 50-50. Kaiju Corps just needs to go first, go quickly, and they will be able to keep the payload rolling.
Yeah, obviously easier said than done, though. I mean, Redacted, they've been playing this composition all tournament long. They've been piloting it to a lot of success, you know, until this series, right? This is the first time we've seen them sort of falter on it. But Kaiju Corps, you know, this dive has looked solid from them, but they're going to have to tighten up those bolts. They're really going to have to clean it all up. They really want us to go into overtime rounds here, because capping all 3 points, it's just going to be such a tall task.
See how it ends up doing. Note the Kiriko are going to mean they have to play some very slow cycles, because once they get poked out, it's going to take them a hell of a lot longer to get everyone healed back up. Just forcing the cart for now. Felix Felicia seems very, very reticent to expose themselves to any excess damage. For me, he the first to be knocked low, but likely will survive.
Yep, and so now it is just the poke where we're waiting to see the engage come through here. Felix Felici so patient in calling this one. Starry Knight just ever waiting on this Ashe for somewhere to put the dynamite, and that is going to be the go button right there. Felix Felici's Doobie drops to 7 HP. Saturn able to find that one up is massive. Now they get the cleanse there, keeping everybody on the side of Kaiju Corps nice and healthy, and you're seeing the rest of the squad trying to run, but this Ana, she's been found out. Can they take it down? Felix Felici's already out of the fight on the other side of things. This Sigma has to go down for the advantage to remain in Kaiju Corp's favor, and they're not going to be able to do it. The Alari is there, and it will be the defense holding it at least for a second.
Halo can keep pushing, though, while they wait to push out the Choken. Still just 3 members here. They're not in a terrible spot. Losing a tank does hurt, but equally, you can't really re-clear the space. Drop so low, Moonlight surely falls.
Yeah, I mean, the Winston goes in to make sure that kill comes through before jumping out. Felix Felici's now going to be healed up by the Kiriko. Meanwhile, this Ana, Mariposa has been having a hellish day thanks to Saturn, but dropping so incredibly low. Saturn actually manages to flick over, taking down Phoenix, and while that is a nice sleep, the damage is not there for Redacted. They're all falling by the wayside. This Ana is the only thing left, and that will be point A cap.
And while, of course, they need to complete the map, it would be a huge boon to them if they're able to complete it with good time. Redacted clearly don't want to play the Sig against the Monkey anymore, so they force a swap to the Queen. Felix, was waiting in spawn for that realistically to happen, so lightning fast over to the Diva.
Yeah, and so now with that Diva in check, it is going to be a very interesting situation here, as, it could be on my end, but I'm just seeing a Lucio stand on cart.
It's a bit freezy for me as well, so we'll keep on talking no matter what. This Alari spamming off shots is Moonlight, but insignificantly pressured, and Doobie down early makes it an awkward swap for both these sides.
Yeah, that nano boost being committed onto the Alari of all things, combined with the fact that there's just ultimates being wasted now for Kaiju Corps. This Kitsune Rush ends up with nothing. But they're actually investing the sound barrier. They're choosing to stay in this one for the time being, even though Felix Felici's nowhere close to that mech yet. But they're already going to be able to put the pressure onto Starry Night here. So if Felix can find a way to get back in mech now, the overclock is slept from Sandbox God, and now pulled into Phoenix, who will gladly swing that axe and take them out of the fight. Hollow can't aim, falling, and this offense is going to have to reset.
I don't think you win that if Ice doesn't hit a crazy Sleep Dark Cross map. I mean, maybe if you got cleansed, it would be a different story, but even so, just that downtime would allow most of Redacted to get into cover, and because it connects, you get the kill. There's not enough members left in to keep that fight, even remotely tenable for Kaiju Corps, and as it stands, then 3 minutes left on the bank, and you kind of re-engage with this blade.
Yep, the Dragon Blade here for Saturn. It can be massive, but Hollow can't aim, already missing from the fight. The question is, do they choose to commit? They have the pick on the Phoenix. Saturn's so incredibly low. They are going to be able to heal by that cleansing of Fuda from Wamihi, but still 4v4 situation. Kaiju Corps seems hesitant to fully commit onto this one, but they found the backline. The Dragon Blade is pulled, and the Captive Son eaten up by Felix Felicis. The composition is falling for Redacted. They don't have anybody left here, and this payload's going to be careening towards the end of second.
If I had a button to trade my main support for my opponent's tank literally every time, I'm sorry, but my main support's on like 20 deaths per 10 minutes. It's worth it literally every time to trade out your Lucio for that Junker Queen, and Redacted feeling the pain of that as well. Dragon Blade as well from Saturn is always going to be pretty free without any defensive utility, able to get the work done, eating the Captive Sun, just a cherry on top, and so 3.5 minutes, significantly more than what their opponents had into the third point. Finishing here with a significant, or even just superior time bank is huge for Kaiju Corps.
Yeah, and so it's going to be the question. Now you're seeing the shout out from Redacted. They're pushing forward with the Junker Queen. They know they have the Rampage in tow, but it's going to be Doobie popping first with this overclock. Sitting up on the high ground, the rails will connect with Saturn's head, removing that Genji from the fight. It seems like it's all that Redacted will get for the time being here as Kaiju Corps gets a soft reset.
Railgun lobbed down Rage, but won't really connect just yet. Rampage is a scary prospect, so if I'm Phoenix, I'm looking to rip it early. Kitsune Rush, though, means that if Kaiju Corps are allowed to take the team battle, they will end up winning this out. Nano Boost, see how it's actually invested. Phoenix, probably the most judicious target, but right now just searching for a target.
Yeah, trying to get a target. They have the Rampage, and they're going to throw it down onto everybody, but it actually manages to disconnect onto the Diva, thanks to potentially a massive cleanse there. They will get this kill onto Wamihi, though, through a nano plus an anti coming out for Mariposa. And again, that Ana really being a clutch factor. The nano boost onto Junker Queen is going to help kill Lucio, and it is again the offense having to reset.
Spent everything, though, so only the Blizzard now online. I will say that maybe staying on to Diva in this next fight would have been nice for the Eats, but now I think we're kind of looking at similar time banks. So in the exact same spot their opponents were is Kaiju Corps. DPS ults to try and fight back. The sound barrier almost there. Pressure already onto Phoenix, but not really falling.
Yeah, not falling, at least for the time being. Phoenix so incredibly low, but that healing nade is going to be massive. Now Sandbox popping an overclock, not slept up this time, but so incredibly low that they can't peek within reason. They're just firing rails absent-mindedly. They can't get around this corner. Now the bubble onto the Dragon Blade here. Will it be able to connect? And it manages to get a second bubble, meaning it will take down not just one, but two picks there. This could be the opening Kaiju Corps was looking for. Now the sound barrier being invested with the Blizzard on the other side. The Genji frozen up. They're going to be able to finish him up. And no, the cleanse is actually there in time. Wamihi really being an X factor in this fight over and over again. Phoenix able to take down that Kiriko, but it seems like the offense should get the payload roving, but Phoenix actually says, no, I will do it all by myself on the Junker Queen. No healers, no problem. As they manage to get back, and they send Kaiju Corps back to spawn once more.
Just not enough attention going towards Phoenix. It's lovely to get that Dragon Blade kill onto the backline, but at some point you need to either take care of Ice, which did happen, and then you need to kill the Junker Queen, which didn't, unfortunately, so still active and still battling.
Yes, indeed. So now with a Soldier 76 in tow for Sandbox God, having to try to play this range. The Rampage, it connects onto two. The cleanse is there for the Kiriko, but nobody else. And now it is just, again, this offense having to reset for what could be their final fight here.
Assassin doesn't like the Genji anymore. Fair play, goes Sojin. We'll see how it ends up playing out. Nano Boost Overclock could spell their doom of Kaiju Core, though. I mean, those railguns at that point almost one-shot.
Yeah, and so it's terrifying that nade being trucked in from downtown connects onto 2, and there's the Nano Overclock. It takes the Inbox God out first. The Kitsune Rush trying to keep everybody nice and healthy for the time being. This Kiriko TPing around, wasting a lot of the time. They actually managed to take down Doobie, so it is just a DPS one for another here. That Axe Swing does not manage to get that final blow, so now they should be able to put the pressure down onto Phoenix to take the Joker Queen out of the fight. This Zarya has the Graviton online. Hopefully he can get it going for a final fight here. But the Mei is going to wall themselves off, live for the time being, and it is going to be an overtime push.
Toss Dragon Blade, grabs some surgery, pops, Phoenix doesn't get a chance to battle. It looks like it'll be a cap and OT. Looks like we'll go to extra innings, totally tied up Megalas. It's just about cleaning up Moonlight, and with me, he's the one to find the final blow. Starry Night gets a Blizzard, no freezes, I still alive, but it doesn't matter in the end. Extra innings completed by both sides. This map just keeps on going. This series, could it be any more close?
I feel like I'm watching an intense anime right now. These two teams are rivals in every sense of the word. Everyone is going toe for toe, tick for tack with each other, back and forth, and it really is showing, right? There's a reason we're map 5 going into extra innings, both teams completing Route 66 in overtime, and now it is going to come down to, once again, who can get it done better. Kaiju Core going to start out, I believe, on the offense here first.
Looks like, yep.
Nope, they're the defense.
Telling myth-truths on the broadcast. I mean, we're starting out on this Zarya Reaper Sojin comp, so it looks like they would want to play super heavily around kind of the gas station, try and punish once you get around the corner. So how I'd imagine this going. Remember, only one fight really going to be necessary, so Redacted looking to take as many fights as possible. Might be able to milk 2 at the best of times with like a Lucio Tracer comp. But if I'm Kaiju Core, I'm just looking to charge up, play, burn time is the most important thing, and convert when necessary. Maybe combining for like a railgun and just int onto a soft target. Hard shooting Phoenix, I think, has to be the name of the game right now. They've been far too free throughout the rest of this map, but with the difference in damage between Wamihi and Ice, oh, it's a close hold!
Yeah, they're choosing to hold close, and that Junker Queen Axe Swing is going to mean that Saturn has to force that Wraith form just a tad bit early now. The Immortality Field wasted from Wamihi, followed with Wamihi's own life. Now, Saturn trying to answer back here, taking the Sojourn out of the fight, and it is Saturn on this Reaper again, being a massive X Factor. This spawn hold is not done yet, despite the defense losing some members.
Okay, so you've burnt the time, but now your numbers disadvantage because you've lost 1. They're still respawning, I believe, so staying committed here, you've lost the element of surprise, so I would love to see a disengage. There's another their will. Holo can't aim down super low, and the axe won't connect. Goes down to the same.
The axe won't connect, but Doobie will be there in time. And so now, without that Lucio, it is a major source of healing that is going to be missing. They're choosing to die on the cart here as overtime already starts to come forth. But, I mean, Redacted, you're almost okay with that because now you're going to be able to come back into this one with a pretty good fight.
I mean, having the Death Blossom online, though, does really scare me. Redacted have no way of dealing with it, bar, I guess, pulse bombing the Reaper mid-cast. Kaiju Core know they can build their fight around just enabling Saturn, Cleanse, Bubble, Suzu, all that kind of nonsense cast on the Reaper, and that could just be it, especially if you catch any backliners. You can get about the same level of recontest here, but they need to click W now.
Yeah, every single meter being handed over is a meter that has to be earned back. The Death Blossom is moved away. They barely get back onto the cart. They get the kill on the Phoenix. Moonlight the second to fall. The pulse bomb. It does manage to come up with 2. Starry Night does not want to be done with this one just yet. Having to trust this car over and over again with them and the Moira, but it seems like Starry Night, not long for this world. 47 meters is all that stands between Redacted and their first loss.
Not the way I would have played it, but it gets the job done in the exact same way anyway. I love the creativeness to go for that spawn hold, and while I'm still not a huge fan of going for that super close hold again, then it clearly paid dividends. Again, lovely idea just to give everything to the Reaper, let him go Blossom, and it's found its results. Fight got awkward off the stick from Starry Night, but thankfully Kaiju Core were more than composed enough to clean it up, and as you mentioned, Meglas, 47 meters. the difference between Redacted and their first loss. Already the Golden tournament is dead in the water, but still might have to be a lower bracket run if they even want to make it to the finals. Kaiju Corps on the precipice of greatness, but they still have to convert. Ramatra, Reaper, May. They want to play super heavy brawl style, focus on that front line. This is a comp we've seen play before and work fantastically before from Redacted. Kaiju Corps, with spawn advantage, can counter to whatever they want, though. If I'm them, I'm always thinking about just going like Pharah, going Echo.
I mean, yeah, it depends on how quickly you see these compositions, right? And if they choose to adapt, my biggest fear would potentially be Felix Felicis going over to that Malga to really just help rip through Ramatra. But yeah, it's going to be a super interesting effort. You're seeing Sandbox God probably just shoot out a sonar arrow here just to scout, figure out exactly what they're up against before going back into spawn and switching. And yeah, that highlights everything they need to know. They're choosing to walk out here. The Zarya, the Reaper, the Lucio are a 3-person hit squad, and they're going to be moving into the train really effectively. Sandbox got over to the Junkrat. Lots of spam damage. Everybody on Redacted dropping incredibly low. Phoenix already the first to fall. Everybody else is going to have to die on cart because if this payload moves too much, it could be bad. That being said, it is only a 4v4. The Junkrat is gone. Kaiju Corps has not managed to find much else yet. Wamihi dropped incredibly low on the Moira. They will be able to live for the time being. The same cannot be said of Mariposa. Taken down on the other side. And Saturn, this Reaper has been stepping up in spades right now. The May block is going to be the last thing here, but it will be overtime by the time this next fight happens.
It's really not the end of the world. What I would do now is leave 3 on cart. Yes, we need to send 2 people forward. If you do that, you can maybe charge into a Coalescence or a Death Blossom, for example, before Redacted do, because that extra 10% in ults is the really difference maker. They'll be online anyway, but a fight on the cart going to be a hell of a lot more awkward with Redacted having high grounds.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they hold this. You're seeing the Sojourn try to take an off angle. Sandbox God having to retreat for the time being. They're split off, but Mariposa the first one down. That Moira, no Coalescence is going to come up for Redacted here. The longer this fight goes, it's going to be disastrous. Felix Felicis takes down Starry Night. Only 3 members of Redacted alive. Make that 1. The Reaper can't stand against the momentum. Kaiju Corps, they get the upset, and they propel themselves to the Rising Grand Finals.
Holy hell. I mean, Redacted came into this having not dropped a map, and they finding themselves in the lower bracket. Kaiju Corps play the full 5. This series goes the whole Monty, but when the dust settles, the upset is completed. And it really was a whole team effort. The entirety of Kaiju Corps really did step up. But I mean, Saturn on the Reaper has to be the name on everybody's tongue when all's said and done there. I mean, so many early picks, and of course, those blossoms so pivotal in converting the series. I mean, this series literally seesaw back and forth, but in the end, taking 2 consecutive was what gave Kaiju Corps their victory. And an upset, I think, on Hollywood, more than anything else, was the difference maker. I mean, the entire series was, I mean, on a knife's edge, right? I feel like Hollywood could have went both ways. Control could have gone both ways. I mean, we could say that pretty much everywhere other than Flashpoint, I feel like. And all I can really say is props to both of you sides for making it so damn close. But at the end, the only thing that matters is the victory. Kaiju Corps the ones to take that home.
Kaiju Corps, I mean, there's really nothing else left to say. They showed up, they gave it their all, and they won. Now sitting with one of 2 grand final spots locked up. Redacted, they have to find their bounce back in the lower bracket. But speaking of the lower bracket, you know, so many hours ago, me and Spectrion promised you a lower bracket round 1 game, and heading on after a short break here, we will be going directly into that game. So make sure y'all stick around. It will be a good time and all that fun stuff.
my downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
Welcome back, everybody. We've had some amazing matches here on the Rising Division, and I mean, it's just been such good games. You just missed a barn burner that sent Kaiju Corp to the grand finals, and it's going to leave, one of our star-studded squads here lying in wait of, this match, right? Redacted Calling All Heroes is now going to be seeing who exactly between UD Phoenix and NDA Inferno is going to meet them in that lower final tomorrow.
The next two matches will be the pruning ones, where we find out exactly who deserves to play Kaiju Core. Before that, though, we need to figure out who's going to be playing Redacted in probably the lower brown matchup that nobody expected, right? We've already seen UD Phoenix get absolutely knocked out the park by them, so they're going to have to beat NDA Inferno just for another chance at that matchup, and it's one that they have left significantly bruised. I mean, I'm still a little bit in shock about that past upset, because that Kaiju Core Redacted series is absolutely electric, and Redacted are going to be itching for a chance to continue that momentum. That's all going to be tomorrow, I believe, to get the finishing, the end of the Rising tournament. Of course, the regular Kunoichi NA Open tournament has also ended for today, so this is the final broadcast left, the final match left, and UD Phoenix are going to be not the final team, but second to last, I suppose, that we will see. Take another look at their match, at their lineup, while we refresh our memory. Shy, Eliana, Soup, Cozy, and Frostbite looking to prove themselves once again.
Yeah, this squad, they had a tough matchup against Redacted, a team that had just been proven so well before. And, they're had some time now, bit of a mental reset, potentially go through the VODs, figure out exactly what was going wrong, and, clean it up for this matchup. But their opponent on the other side, they've had that same amount of time. NDA Inferno, this squad, they've got some pretty nice names to boot. We got Sari and Miyuki on your DPS line, even though, Lucio's highlighted, we promised Miyuki's DPS. Indika on tank, and then subpar in Taichu being that support line. And, just the NDA Inferno, they have a nice solid lineup here, and this should be a nice match between these two squads.
Yeah, I think that, at least in terms of the matchups in paper, taking a map off of our previous series winners does give NDA Inferno maybe a bit of a lead here. Of course, losing 3-0 to the losers of that series was UD Phoenix, and you know, that does kind of favor NDA Inferno, right? At least on paper. Of course, have also a bit of a higher seed coming from the group stage, but when all's said and done, that's all in the past. So what matters is what we actually get in the server. And take another look at our maps coming up next. Looks like we have another Nepal for you, but of course, we've got Midtown. We still haven't seen that yet. Paraiso, still haven't seen that either. We've seen 2 Hollywoods today. Personally, had plenty of Icon Bells yesterday, but it just continues throughout that. I do think that for a team like UD Phoenix, when they do kind of like playing these Lucio comps a little bit more, then they will probably like to end up on maybe even a Midtown. Probably an Icon Belt, though, would be my guess for their pick if they end up losing. But Nepal to go through first, and if they end up on a Reinhardt Village, could be super useful to them. But I'd say on the whole, going to be more or less 50-50.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing that is not 50-50, though, is I would say Nepal's pick rate throughout this tournament has been extremely high. A lot of teams favoring the good old Nepal. And I mean, you know, it's classic, right? You know exactly what you're getting into with all of these. You got some crazy boot potential on the Sanctum. You got Village, where you can get a little bit creative with some Brawl. And then, of course, the Shrine, where just whatever you really feel like can work ends up working. So it is going to be super, super interesting as we are starting to get into map here. And I mean, you know, from watching UD Phoenix earlier, what do you think is UD Phoenix's like main goal for them to sort of punch up on this series?
I believe I said it was, they have good ideas, but sometimes they kind of default back into more of a ranked style. So it's about staying clean, staying focused, acting as a unit rather than as individuals, playing towards your goals as a unit. If they can do that, then I think they'll have a great chance of taking care of NDA Inferno. And we were just saying in the break, weren't we, Megalith, about how we had TNT Arisa in the series.
Yeah, we were just talking about how we had an Arisa free series, but dread it, run from it. The golden horse arrives all the same. It's just the meta pick right now. It is what it is, right? But UD Phoenix, they're on a little bit of an interesting one here with the Ramatra and Bastion in tow.
Yeah, plenty of frontline damage. Well, plenty of damage, really, overall. They won't have the spacing. That's going to be the big thing here. But on a map like Nepal Sanctum, when the sidelines don't really require you to have potentially a lot of speed, it won't be as much of a disadvantage as it is usually.
No, it will not. So heading on into this first fight, you are seeing it's going to be a bit of control coming out from UD Phoenix. They're heading on over to take control of this slightly higher ground, right, and position themselves up here so they can strike out a point whenever they need. NDA Inferno ends up closing the distance and trying to poke them out here, but they realize they took a little bit too much damage for their liking. They're going to choose to wait it out. Nobody making a move over to the objective just yet, as it will just be this back and forth. But the Orisa can only last for so long, especially when you have a Baptiste being the one to help fire into it. And so that should be first point cap going over to UD Phoenix, quick as you'd like.
It looks like they wanted to go for a map flip, trying to surprise them, but didn't like what they saw when they spotted out this Bastion comp, I guess. And then cancelled it, tried to play the poke wall, but with a Lucio, when you don't have, you know, superior positioning against a non-Lucio comp, you're going to lose out the numbers trade. Exactly what happens. And so first cap here for UD Phoenix. Again, they really like this kind of inside area of the map, do NDA Inferno. Normally what teams like to avoid, and this time committing to the map flip.
Yeah, and it's just going to be the game of rotations, right? They're trying to close the different distance on this Bastion, this Ramatra, but unfortunately you closed it in a way that Bastion could just fire the bullets, now resorting over to point because they know they can get the flip, at least for the time being, despite being short-handed. Miyuki still on the respawn with that Genji, and it seems like the rest of NDA Inferno, they're more than content to hide out in this lower area.
And that's fair enough for them. They can keep tagging on to the point, and a flip could almost come through. Just waiting for picks to come through for either side. HP certainly favoring UD Phoenix, subpar of the first to die.
Yeah, and now with the captive sum being put in as an exclamation point, the Orisa can only live so long, but the Coalescence trying ever desperately to keep Indica alive. They're doing it, at least for the time being, but the flip has already come through from UD Phoenix. They're now still short-handed. That Moira just walks off the map, realizes that there's no potential in this fight, and it's going to be on to the next one.
Frostbite did pop that window, trying to punish the remaining two members, and as maybe overzealous as that was already, then unfortunately they both died as soon as the ultimate got activated, so zero value out the Baptiste ultimate, but the ult's still not a terrible spot for UD Phoenix, having both DPS ults, as well as that Annihilation. If I'm NDA Inferno, I'm looking to play a super slow fight. Once I get into pretty much every check mark, then I can just run in with 4 ults and know I have an advantage against my opponents.
Yeah, but it is going to be a massive advantage here for NDA Inferno. You're seeing Miyuki already positioned, wants to get in with this Dragon Blade. It will take down the pylon first, but it doesn't seem to find much of anything else because Shy manages to connect with those headshots, take him out. Meanwhile, the Annihilation was going the entire time for Soup onto the rest of NDA Inferno. That's why there was no peel, no help for the Genji in sight. And now heading towards what could be final fight, UD have it in control.
I don't think a touch is going to be super possible without a Tracer. I mean, Sojin looking on a deep flank, but if they mark forwards, then there's no one who can touch. It has to be Sorry, who gets overtime started, yes, but at what cost?
At the cost of their own life, as the overclock from Shy matching them on point. Now the sound barrier from Subpar keeping everybody alive for the time being, but it can only last for so long that Terra Surge is going to be able to take out the Bastion, but it's just more and more members falling. UD Phoenix, they strike first and take that first round.
I mean, 100-0, maybe not, but NDA Inferno didn't win out a fight. And managed to sneak 24%, under the noses perhaps of their opponents, but right now UD Phoenix looking like the stronger team. Only been a single point of sampling, and this time I think their comp's going to be significantly weaker. Cozy won't have any strong angles if they don't have a Lucio, so you don't really have that same level of bias. I guess if I am Cozy, I'm maybe thinking about starting high ground, actually crossfiring onto the point that way. But I think the lack of a Lucio really will come back to bite UD Phoenix on the behind here. Didn't in that previous. Indica Dom on that Sigma, Miyuki on that Reaper, so they want to again front load this damage, kind of play a hybrid of a Brawl poke style. See how it ends up going on, but without the Mei Wolves to find the kills, it's just an overwhelming Soup with raw and adulterated DPS.
Yeah, and this poke composition maybe would have fared a little bit better on Sanctum, but they're choosing to run it here in the Sanctuary, and hopefully, they can find the value they're hoping for with it. Meanwhile, UD Phoenix, they're just going to be rotating around this left side, coming in here, and they're just looking for a position right they can hold, and now walking forward here, not just with the Ramatra punches, but this Bastion in turret form, raining in the bullets. It's causing the entirety of NDA Inferno to hide, but they're able to weather the storm for the time being. They get the first cap, and Miyuki on the Reaper is actually being able to help hold the space rather convincingly. Now Frostbite down means that this could be a go button for NDA Inferno, as the rest of UD Phoenix is working without a massive source of healing.
Indeed. And of course, having point percentage the entire time means that NDA Inferno don't even need to find these eliminations, but an extra stagger never really hurts. Looks like Soup will escape, at least for now, and it looks like UD Phoenix now very much on the back foot. Really did struggle to get any way in. Eliana on the Bastion, just searched for an angle, but couldn't find it. Just too slow in the turret form. So Mei instead wants to find those isolations on Indica Dom, and if it hits, yeah, that tank will be in a world of hurt.
World of hurt indeed here, as now with the rotation up to the high ground, they're caught out by the dynamite from Sorry, putting in massive amounts of damage. They're having to heal that one up before a real engage can come through. Indica dropping incredibly low on the Sigma, but with the kinetic grasp as well as the healing, they can get themselves back into a very healthy range here. So now 5v5 on point. It is going to be the Amplification Matrix first out from Frostbite, that is being kited beautifully by the entirety of NDA. They're not giving them a chance to peek it, and when they come through with the damage, it's just not there. Now with that Sun Strike coming out from Cozy, at first finds Taicho. It's already stuck onto the Sigma, but it won't find that final blow. And it seems like with just that one pick, UD Phoenix will get control, and they're going to get the extra picks in spades now.
And having this Alari Bap, and I'm going to keep speaking about it because it's always going to be true, is so much stronger on this defense, and you don't need to think about positioning, scaling, all that kind of jazz. It's going to be so much harder for NDA Inferno to get that cap back, with one issue being that they have 5 ultimates, and UD Phoenix doesn't at the end of the day. Still not bad ult scenario, but if NDA Phoenix just throw the kitchen sink at the problem, they'll be able to get a flick back relatively quickly. For example, a combo of a Flux and a Death Blossom could just spell doom for the blue side.
Yeah, no real good support ultimates for sustain. So it is just going to be the Death Blossom going in raw. They're taking out, just absolute massive amounts of damage here. Their UD is trying to come back into this one. They invest their Blizzard and their Annihilation both to no avail here. And it will just be now the ERA, the last one standing, as Cozy finally falls and NDA gets the flip.
Yeah, I mean, investing those 2 ults, you really will want them back, because it didn't really ever feel like UD Phoenix had a chance in that fight. NDA Inferno run in, use the beat for a little bit of sustainability, and just blossom 2 away. re-engaging now. I mean, it's going to be last fight territory. They need to play for this overclock. They need Shy to find a miracle because NDA Inferno have such an advantage in pretty much every metric that matters.
Yeah, finding a railgun pick could be massive here because, like you said, these ultimates are out for NDA Inferno. They're just looking for the prime opportunity to invest them. First, it will be the Amplification Matrix from Taicho. Now, shooting into it is Shy with that railgun, but Soup is already missing from the fight. Now, with the Bob coming out from Sorry, as well as the Gravitic Flux, it's just death and destruction everywhere. UD Phoenix tossed away, and we will be heading to a round 3.
Like, you can just press kill, I mean, you win, and that's exactly what we see there. So, lovely from them, finds the exact results you'd expect, and again, much more brawly point. If either side moves towards like a Ryan Lucio, even a Ram Lucio comp, then they'll be in a much better position to cap out just because of how the cover ends up playing out. But right now, it looks like no one really wants to make adaptations, and again, I don't think this is a super favorable map for this double flex support backline. The Illari BAP is super strong, especially on like your hybrids, your escorts of the world, right? But here on Control, I mean, even the teams who really pioneered it weren't playing it because it's just has a massive disadvantage.
Yeah, but I mean, they're, even at that disadvantage, they're still feeling like it can work and they can make it sort of their own here, right? As you're seeing, as soon as NDA realizes what they're up against, they decided to take the fight to point. Rotating over, not wanting to deal with the Bastion in their face, making the Bastion be the one to rotate onto them. Always a smart play here. The shield cooldown, super important from Indica to make sure nothing, not too much damage raining in from UD here. As it is just the Sigma on point. Soup will charge on in to start contesting it. That way it's not a free cap necessarily, but Shy is on this high ground, and if you poke just at the wrong angle, the wrong time, this railgun will be able to connect. It's just this back and forth brawl still going on, but Sorry gonna be able to find the first one here. Rails traded back and forth, but it is going in NDA Inferno's favor. Soup, unfortunately, not long for this world, and now the cap's coming in.
That it will. I mean, NDA Inferno were on the objective first, and because UD Phoenix are just fighting through that choke, then it didn't really matter if they got a kill or not, because NDA Inferno are the ones who are actually getting the progress on the objective. Eliana moves over to the Mei, one of her more standard swaps, but not quite sure how often you're going to get an opportunity to actually land a wall. We didn't really see any last time this pick came out, so hopefully it's a little bit more flashy this time.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the perfect point for the Mei, right? That walls can corner off the point in such a perfect way where they close one of the doors in its entirety. Meanwhile, you're seeing Sorry just continue to hold this high ground, finally ends up giving it up. That wall being used to try to get some space going, but they actually aren't able to take advantage of it just yet. Meanwhile, Taicho forced to use that Immortality Field already, which means that cooldown won't be here for the ensuing fight. Frostbite more than happy to take advantage of this, but it's going to be Iana taken out first. This May not long for the world, and now Shy following it up with their own demise. It is just all going the wrong way for UD Phoenix here as Soup falls, and it will just be another spawn reset for them.
And they use the rule as well. Not that it isn't an impactful or valuable ultimate, but you have so many still online that UD Phoenix is going to have to deal with. Over to the Orisa, they think making the tank more sustainable, a little bit more pokey too, will be the solution to their issues. And I want to disagree. I mean, overclock window combo, again, the one-shots just could be terrifying. And being so far away from that Terror Surge means that you can't combo it with the Captive Stun, so that Illari ultimate might struggle to find any real purchase on the defenders as we come up to last fight territory.
Yep, it's going to be interesting to see if it is able to find purchases. You're seeing Sorry set up here on the high ground. Like you said, this overclock combined with the amplification can be big, but already with Shy missing, you're seeing that Captive Sun be put out, and it ends up coming up with nothing. And this fight went long enough that is now going to be the final fight there. Not even needing to invest the overclock. It's going to be more of a celebration, but actually, UD accidentally gets a flip in there somewhere. So there is room for a touch now.
A little bit sheepishly, they do have to walk back to the objective. Sorry is W keyed into their spawn. There's a flux too to keep them away, so yeah, there is no touch. No. Jai is literally a centimeter off the objective, but the first map goes away to NDA Inferno all the same.
Yeah, NDA Inferno, I mean, that first round, right, they really felt it looked like they were off on the Sanctum. UD Phoenix really playing it well, but, able to bring it back on these other 2 points. And really, it's going to spell an interesting situation for the rest of these series because, again, we're seeing a team that likes to pilot these Sigma compositions, and we know how much UD Phoenix can struggle against them.
I mean, I think I've made my opinion very clear here, but for, posterity's sake, double FS is situational. If next time I say it, I'm gonna put like a pound in a jar just so it can be out the way. But it is unfortunately, I think, the really big difference maker. I think that if they just play Lucio, then they're going to be in such more advantageous scenarios, especially on those other kind of sub maps. I think that in Sanctum it's a little bit easier just because of how the sightlines end up working out. You almost always are playing from your side of the map, so having a little bit extra space doesn't matter too much, unless you are just trying to sprint into the enemy spawn. Hollywood going to be coming up next. Makes very much sense why you would elect to go there, just because of how you're going to end up playing. You're super comfortable there with double FS, long sightlines, So I think that's a perfectly good pick from them, and I think that if they're allowed to play their comfort comp where it is advantageous, then they will be in a significantly better chance in the series. But equally, I think that NDA and Fono have shown a little bit more ability to adapt, so I'm a little bit more hopeful for their chances. I'd probably call this about 50-50 here, Megaless.
Yeah, 50-50 indeed. Especially, there's so many things you can do with Hollywood because you were talking about the double flex support. The Lucio is good, don't get me wrong, but you got to remember, hey, you're here in NA, putting a pound in a jar just sounds weird to people on this side of the pond. But, I mean, yeah, it's just going to be super interesting here. You can do lots of dive shenanigans if you felt like it instead of the double flex support, instead of that poke range. But it's weird because they're playing double flex support, but they're not playing it with that Sigma, right? So it's not even really poke. It's just sort of a Ramatra or an Orisa going in without a speed boost to make them, more viable.
I mean, I think you can do it with Orisa or Sigma, or Ramatra, sorry. I think Ramatra is a little bit harder. It's still playable. It's just feels a little bit missing of something, Maybe punching power, maybe positional control if you aren't in the defense. So I think it's not the end of the world with the tank choices. I think they've all been relatively viable from them, but it's just about whether it's going to work if they want to play, for example, attacking. Right? Can you still get the same level of setup as you can if you're given your respawns or to set up properly on the defense? So see how it ends up going, as UD Phoenix are indeed going to be attacking first. NDA Inferno, I think the real questions for us, what they end up playing.
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, the defense, it really comes down to what you're feeling, because you can sort of, continue to pilot this Sigma to the great success and sort of bring that challenge to UD Phoenix. Be like, all right, you're the ones that have to make us change. And the defense, yeah, they're already highlighting it. But Miyuki, interestingly, on the Genji, this could be, potentially something that helps finish up these kills, the damage that comes through from the dynamite.
I mean, Genji, to me, implies that NDA Inferno wants to play a little bit faster, just kind of run at people as a full 5 or maybe 4 if Sorry wants to stay behind, and use those resets, those shurikens to confirm those kills a little bit faster. What we're seeing on the attack, actually, is super funky. Obviously, they are still having some time to change their heroes, but I think the Ramatra, the Sojin probably looks into Frostbite over to the Bat, Cozy, Lucio for speed boost out of spawn, then swap to Alari, or just Lucio the whole time. We'll see. But either way, Eliana wants to play this Venture, so this is also going to be a brawl style, even more front-loaded damage with this Venture, actually.
I love how we were asking for Lucio and you're so caught off guard, you're like, hold on, the team's actually listened, but that Dynamite is also listening and taking in all of that damage, combined with the Genji in the backline, Frostbite being the first to fall, followed up with Soup, and now the last support falling over. That's just a super quick fight for NDA.
I mean, it was so quick that there wasn't really any chance for anybody to do any healing. So you look at pretty much all the ult numbers on the server, and Sorry's the closest to their ultimate ability at 30%. That was lightning fast. UD Phoenix now given time to regroup, and this time the Dynamite misses, so no free ult charge for the Ashe. Going to have to be a bit more of an, okay, well, I was going to say honest fight, but again, Frostbite Soup picks off.
Yeah, they aren't able to get these rotations. There's just too much damage coming through at the right time from NDA on this high ground here, and now they're kind of staggering themselves out, right? Actually, being able to get that pick on the Baptiste could be massive here, as it means that they're not going to have to spend resources to get him back.
Oh, definitely. So we'll see if that ends up being exploited. It looks like they have sent the Lucio back to Taxi, and fair enough to him, but that also means that it's a relatively passive hold here. They can't crunch them in much the same way when they try to run up to the high ground. Instead, Indika and Co. just going to have to drop.
Yeah, and so now with the Cassidy in tow, they're not even attempting to rotate the high ground, right? They're rotating through the back of this point over to this Mega Pack, so they're trying to assault this point from here and try to make it so that high ground that they're holding on just has 0 value. An interesting play to be sure. Now with the Moira chucking out a damage or trying to use some geometry to get it into the exact position it needs to be here, but you're seeing just NDA, they rotated to the other high ground here, so now in the cafe, just raining down damage from above here. The Sound Barrier having to be invested from Cozy to try to give an edge in this fight, but that just means that we're going to have a free Gravitic Flux potentially coming online here from Indika as it's just continuing this insane back and forth fight. The Gravitic Flux picks up 2. The Cassidy and the Ramatra both looking worse for wear, but they're still alive for the time being here, and they actually managed to still survive the storm. Taicho now taken out, traded for their own life by Iana. And now with the Sigma missing, it is still just back and forth, but it is favoring the offense. UD Phoenix, they can keep going into this one, but actually just coalescence, it wasn't enough to keep Cozy alive, so it's 2v2 here on the point. The Lucio's going to get found out first, and now the Blade's being thrown in.
It looks like he's going to clean it up as well. So low is Soup, but somehow the slash doesn't come through. Doesn't matter, there's Taiho there to clean it up. And what a crazy long fight. The most competitive one we've seen all series long. But when all's said and done, it's a minute left on the clock, and it's UD Phoenix who still have not unlocked the point. A tick and change has been accrued, but they own the Deadeye to try and make a miracle happen. Maybe they can try playing for an Annihilation, trying to win off the back of that. As NDA and Phoenix also find themselves with Pocket Lint in their pockets, but Cozy falls early.
Yeah, the Amplification Matrix taking advantage of the Lucio crossing. No cover there. That's the unfortunate other issue of the Ramatra here, and it seems like UD Phoenix, they're just choosing to wait for their Lucio to get back.
I think you don't have many other options here, realistically. Your other silver lining here is probably that UD Phoenix, you now have a much better ult advantage because there's nothing for NDA Inferno. Deadeye forces the space. What more can they find?
Yeah, the Deadeye is holding space, but everybody has to back up, respect the Cowboy, but they don't have to respect it for long, as now Subpar comes up with 2 on the Lucio themselves, taking the Moira out of the fight. That's massive amounts of healing that is missing here. You're seeing, just even looking for a third here, that Ash headshot is going to find Cozy, and Iana taken down once again here. This could be a first point hold we're cruising towards.
5 seconds left to go. Overtime at least will be started by Soup, but dispatched pretty quickly. There are respawners coming in. Next on the chopping block is going to be Shy. This Moira as well on the objective, reduced to 0 HP. Just Cozy. Beat will hit the ground, but it's just seconds, really, and you need minutes if UD Phoenix. There's a celebratory beat now from Subpar, and while there are still members touching the objective, looks like that will be it. Annihilation boots 49.9%, just below half on the payload, but UD Phoenix has a lot of defense to do.
Yeah, a very tall ask to get this defense going, and NDA, they played exactly how they wanted to. They're just beautiful from them. They took the range with Sigma, they held their high grounds, and rained in damage like none other. UD Phoenix just had a thorn in their side every time they tried to make a cross, a pass, if you will. And they just really were kind of left without options and without answers.
See exactly what will happen, but NDA Inferno only need one fight, and because they didn't even get a crazy amount of progress on the objective, then UD Phoenix can't give over a tick if they do find themselves at some sort of disadvantage. They're going to have to match NDA Inferno if they may able to reach the objective at all. And that is a huge disadvantage for most sides. I mean, this Torbjorn Soj style, I think we've seen from them before, didn't really pay many dividends, and especially as NDA Inferno not particularly likely to be on any sort of dive or even a tracer, then I think it won't find the same value as, for example, even a regular second hit scan or your more expected FDPS choices like a Genji, like a tracer. So UD Phoenix, I think, already on the back foot right out the spawn room.
Yeah. I mean, there's really no other way about it. They're on some interesting choices, but hey, you know, when times get tough, maybe you go towards the comfort picks and maybe it can work a little bit better for you. NDA, they're going to be piloting a dive here out of the spawn, trying to seize control of that high ground, so maybe this Torbjorn really can end up working out here as they're having to wait out that Sojourn slow field, and really it's now on UD Phoenix to sort of appreciate what they're going to counter, and Shy already takes a rail into Miyuki's head, and Sorry missing as well means that there's no DPS, so NDA, they're sort of just stuck in and realizing they have to back out here. first fight for the defense of many more, hopefully.
That's only 30 seconds off the clock, and great discipline from NDA Inferno, recognizing they don't need to throw their bodies onto the Pyrosaur, they can just come back in. Sorry, Alex to go through a Widowmaker, I guess egoing the duel, and I do respect that, but you do need to hit the shots for the choice to be relevant. Forces the space as Shy disengages, and that allows NDA Inferno, the rest of them, to walk.
Yeah, and now they're walking forward here. This Widowmaker still going to be looking for more. The Brigitte shield going to be a massive factor here and not letting anyone go down. The Ramatra shield even having to be invested. All that high ground pressure is still there. Ooh, a nice little pop shot is not going to connect with the head. Meanwhile, Miyuki again going to be the first one to go down here as the Ramatra starts throwing out those fists on point. Soup looking a little bit worse for wear. Could use some support from the squad as Cozy actually taken down by the monkey dive in the backline. They don't realize it, but a Winston, a Kiriko, and a Lucio are doing everything back there. Everybody's dropping one by one. The dive worked out, and just like that, you know, barring a miracle, UD Phoenix find themselves down 0-2.
That was all in Dick of Dom, just the Tesla cannon tearing UD Phoenix to absolute shreds. Can't heal through that, unfortunately, not with the DPS passive too, and so 2-0 here. UD Phoenix going to have to reverse sweep to stay alive in the Kunoichi Kommotion North American Rising tournament. I mean, it could be a quick and clean tournament. We're going to have to see a clutch up to stop that from being so. If I am ND Inferno, I'm so comfortable as well. It feels like everything is going in their favor. After Control, which was a little bit closer, you know, it just feels like everything in the kitchen sink has been thrown at ND Inferno. They've been able to weather it all.
Yeah, and I mean, weather it all indeed. They're looking so good here. You know, and it's just, again, that extra pressure that they could be feeling now that they realize, oh, you know, it's lower bracket. This is do or die situations. They don't want to go out just yet. And yeah, so it's just going to be an odd situation here. If you're the side of UD Phoenix, you got to figure something out. But hey, that's why we have what's coming up next, this nice little break. Make sure nobody goes anywhere. We're giving the teams a chance to breathe and figure things out, and we'll be back on the other side of it with Map 3. UD Phoenix finding themselves with a mountain to climb here. A reverse sweep needed to keep themselves alive. Otherwise, they will go down at the hands of NDA Inferno. Welcome on back, everyone. You got me, Megalash. You got Spectreon by my side. And, you know, these first two maps, they tell a very telling tale.
And that is that right now NDA Inferno look comfortably in control. Going to have to be the reverse sweep for UD Phoenix if they want to stay alive, else I don't think they'll be resurrecting anymore. Next map pick is through, could well be the grave of UD Phoenix. Looks like we've got Flashpoint up next. New Junk City is going to be where the final battle could be waged, and I have to say, considering, you know, the Lucio lack thereof, I do think this favors NDA Inferno a little bit.
You know, I was gonna say, yeah, it does kind of favor, but to be fair, both Flashpoint maps, you really need a Lucio in tow, so that adaptation was going to have to come through from UD Phoenix either way. Interesting, though. I mean, we were seeing a lot more New Junk City today than we have recently. You know, Servasa not in the cards this time around, and New Junk City, it provides, you know, those different textures. It's a little bit rougher around the edges, but these teams seem to be favoring and feeling it right now. Especially as, you know, UD Phoenix, again, this is their map pick. They've got to be feeling confident on it.
I mean, that's how it often goes through, but I mean, when you are playing a map like Flashpoint, a map type, sorry, like Flashpoint, your only options are Suravasa or New Junk City, and those often play very similarly, so you are often stuck between a rock and a hard place trying to pick a map where you have some advantage over your opponents. So we'll see if it is actually a map that they're super comfortable on, or just kind of the best of the worst that they are forced to battle onto. But we are loading in just a second, and here we are again. We get to see that duck with a little mask on.
Yeah, hardcore duck. Look at him go! Absolutely
what is a
amazing.
Duck? What is a hardcore
Right there.
thing for duck to do?
I mean, like, probably cross a street without looking both ways. I'd say that's pretty hardcore.
True. I was kind of imagining more like going out at night with like a big spiked bat and bashing other similarly attired ducks. But speaking of ducks, there's a duck skin for Orisa. We're seeing another Orisa out form in Dicadom. Looks like they want to play this super, like, I guess, stacky style. They do want to just trade frontline with what NDA Inferno are playing. And if I'm UD Phoenix, more of the same from them. Eliana wants to play this Venture once again, but she won't have very much help if she tries going any particularly deep flank. So I kind of do expect her just to stack frontline as well and try and catch some member of NDA Inferno, like Subpart, or sorry, off guard.
Yeah, looking to catch anybody off guard there as we're heading on into map is, again, the Venture being piloted here. And they're actually just going on to Miyuki over here on the Reaper, forcing that Wraith for him. So now it will just be the back up here, and neither team, again, wanting to get onto the objective all too quickly yet. They're more than willing to take this point, and the Cassidy from UD Phoenix is going to be found out first. Shy punished for staying up on that high ground just a little too long. The Ramatra now just humbling, doing everything they can to put these punches in. It will not find a kill just yet, as now that Slowfield is going to be out here on the point, but still short-handed, lacking that Cassidy damage is going to be the entirety of UD Phoenix. And now with Soup falling, they're losing their point pressure, they're losing their presence. You're seeing Shy be like, oh, should I go in, should I not go in? And I think that decision is being made for you by the hands of NDA Inferno.
Yeah, quickly run over, and we did get awkward, did go to a battle on the objective, and normally that kind of doesn't happen because you can use the high ground to just free fire in, but in the brawl it ends up that NDA Inferno have a bit of a lead mechanically wise, just because I guess the healing throughput of the Moira. And now set up defensively, they are in about as much as they can be in. Probably want to just use the choke and try and wait.
Yeah, and that's a great way to punish right there. The railgun connecting with Shy's head, not even having a chance. And so now you're seeing the rest of NDA Inferno surge forward here. That Reaper having to use that Wraith Form again, running for their life. But Indica holding the space. It's just more and more damage coming through for the side of NDA.
And damage is one thing that they are absolutely not lacking. Sorry, with another railgun, has an overclock early. That's a seismic shock that popped.
Yeah, and now it's going to be finding the value with it here as you're seeing the point presence go up. It's so many ultimates expended, but it's going to be the Coalescence from Tycho. Now trying to find presence here. It is the trades back and forth, but missing their tank. Soup down once more, but taking Miyuki out of the fight with this captive sum being invested from Cozy. Will it find purchase onto anybody? It seems like that answer is going to be a resounding no, but that drill from Iana is going to do absolute work here. Indika now just the last bastion standing, and unfortunately that robot's not long for this world, and UD will flip in overtime.
That they will, but they have to spend significantly for that flip, and NDA Inferno want to be a little bit more economical with their choices, so even though they took their last fight in austerity, then this time, hopefully they can invest a little bit more. So 4 check marks here, only needing the 1 to get that cap. They should still be in a pretty comfortable spot, all things considered.
Yeah, a pretty comfortable spot to sort of re-engage on this one here, and it's going to be on UD Phoenix to really end these fights before they can begin, because if the ult invest comes through, they really don't have any way to weather the storm, as it is just going to be this slow approach now from the Orisa, the Indika waiting for the opportunity to walk in, the Venture putting pressure everybody on the start. Miyuki actually going to be the first one to fall here. That's massive, and now with that seismic shock coming through, they're just putting in tons and tons of damage. The sound barrier having to be invested to keep Indika alive on this Orisa with the Terra Surge. They break the immortality field, so Frostbite is unfortunately mortal once more, taken down. Now moving over to the point, it is a 4v4 situation. The Terra Surge on the other side trying to find purchase. It gets the damage, but unfortunately it does not get any final blows. And now UD Phoenix, they're really just having to touch this one and trying to come up with some miracles, but subpar killing the Venture on one side is really just putting the end on this fight and putting NDA back in control.
That it will. This battle is still ongoing, but I don't think there's any real chance here for Cozy, as, yeah, they do fall in the end. Gotta say, I think that was maybe a little bit more expensive than NDA and Inferno were hoping. It looked like they wanted to walk in, wait for a mistake, punish, and maybe not even spend a singular ultimate, but forced to by the seismic shock popped from Eliana. I feel like if they just beat and ran at them, then they wouldn't have really had a shot. But as it stands, they get the cap all the same. And here on Ducks is where the next battle is going to take place. And Miyuki's still with that Death Blossom.
A Death Blossom lying in wait, but it could be caught out by a spear. So it is, something that has to be marked and catered for very specifically here. As now you're seeing the engage potentially here from Miyuki, just lurking in this corner ever more. There's the Death Blossom. It's going to find the Baptiste, the immortality field. All of that damage onto Soup is not reversible. So this will be NDA Inferno getting another point here.
That is just juicy as hell. So first cap again in their favor, speeding their way towards completing the series is NDA Inferno, and only spending a single ult for it too. That's as economical as you could ask for. UD Phoenix will have plenty of tools of their own. I have to say, Seismic Shock can be a crazy ultimate if it ends up connecting, but so far hasn't from Eliana. If she can change that, then we could be seeing a very quick flip back from NDA Inferno.
Yeah, easier said than done though, especially in the Coalescence of Tycho. It is just everybody from the side of UD Phoenix sent reeling here. They're having to try to make sure they don't die to this Moira ultimate here, and there's so many off angles being taken. Sorry, finding the pick onto Cozy is now going to mean a super amount of aggression coming out from NDA Inferno, and Sorry finds another railgun. Can they get a third? It seems like the answer is no, as Shy going to be able to get that pick, but still, UD Phoenix have to wait for respawn.
And in that meantime, it's going to get closer and closer to overtime for NDA Inferno. They're trying to walk anyway, but they are getting punished. This Reaper of Miyuki is just anathema to the front line of Soup.
And there's the Terra Surge coming out now. It is just doing too much. And they can't get anybody onto the point. So now you're into this fight for nothing if you're UD Phoenix. The Baptiste going to be taken out. It is just another brawl here. And it doesn't necessarily matter who wins this one out, because we're going to be heading to a whole new point. Trades back and forth. They are favoring UD, but it's just putting them all in spawn, putting them all together exactly where they need to be.
I mean, they get all the kills, sure, but it doesn't really matter too much in the end. All of NDA Inferno will be able to regroup and get to the objective at about the same time. Cozy on the Lucio will see to that. And again, NDA Inferno in a very good spot ult-wise. 4 check marks for him. UD Inferno almost the same. So this next fight, Megalas, this is going to be an absolute conflagration of ultimate abilities. The team who gets a leg up here will have a great spot to convert the series.
Yeah, and UD Phoenix getting first cap as well. Now with the Tectonic Shock being committed, it forces the sound barrier out from subpar. It is just going to be that trade of ultimates here, and as the sound barrier fades, it is going to be NDA Inferno deciding to walk forward directly into an amplification matrix. They're having to hide in fear of the damage coming out because you're seeing Shy just start to pump damage through it, building ever closer to that overclock. So far, ultimates being traded and nothing coming up. The Death Blossom now there for Miyuki. It doesn't find kills, but it finds the damage that forces the sound barrier out from Cozy. Now with the Immortality Field also being wasted here, it is just going to be more and more damage, but finally a pick comes through. Indika taken out by the railgun of Shy, and that's got to be just the first of many more if this fight is going to keep going in UD's favor here, and that's what you want to see. Frostbite takes out the mirrored flex support in Taiko, and the rest is all UD in the kill feed.
And because the cap came through at the beginning of that fight, NDA Inferno have already conceded 80% of progress on the objective and don't think they can touch for OT, actually. So it might just be a single point flip here for UD Inferno. 5% left to go. Can they get there? The Terror Surge holds the door.
It costs Soup their life, but as you said perfectly, it holds the door, and it means that this Flashpoint map is not done. We're still going to be going on to a fourth point here, but UD, they've got a lot to do.
I mean, other than that Gandalf play of Soup, it's only been that real one fight win still from UD Phoenix so far, so still not out the woods just yet, but Flashpoint under their belts means that they have something to play with. Coming here onto Refinery, then they're still not in a too bad spot at all. These are great overclock lines, but that means it's a duel between Shy and Sorry.
Giant, sorry, exactly the heroes you're going to see, but Taiko actually is going to start this one out. The Coalescence is stopped by a spear from Soup. That's not what you want to see. Now Shy's going to strike first there, taking Taiko out of the fight. Miyuki also missing before Shy finally falls here, but it is a numbers advantage for UD here. Its Amplification Matrix being expended means that Soup is going to be healthy and happy for the time being here. And so while NDA, they were able to get the first cap with Indika's death, that should be the flip going over to UD.
I would expect it, yeah. I mean, 30% there, nice to have, but I mean, sorry, not ending up finding an opportunity to pop that OC really does hurt as well. Lovely spear from Soup, cancelling out that Coalescence, meaning that you don't have the damage, you don't have the healing throughput. And of course, a failed kite means that someone gets picked off with a railgun through the window, so a couple of stars aligning from UD Phoenix to get that fight win, but they get it all the same. And the Inferno can push back in. Miyuki wants to go Echo instead to, I guess, be a little bit less punishable, a little bit more long range in terms of applying that frontline damage. Tectonic Shock this time disguised.
Yeah, they choose to just run away from that Venture Ultimate, and that's the smartest play that you really can do here. So now it is UD Phoenix. They're lacking in the ult bank, only really close to this sound barrier here. It's going to be another engage from NDA Inferno. They have so many tools to work with. Sorry being a bit scouted out here, but Taiko already down. That Moira missing means that there's a massive advantage here for UD Phoenix, and it's going to potentially spell out into final fight. And Dika missing. You know, everybody sent reeling here, and this should be the second point going over to UD. We're heading to our final Flashpoint point.
Could be the reverse sweep here on Flashpoint to get UD Phoenix's first blood in the series. And, I mean, subpar dying here does not help matters for NDA Inferno. Eliana looks to escape with the Burrow, the Drill 2. And out scot-free. Looks like it has been them with the lead more often than not. Final sub point here, going to be Junkyard. These are longer sidelines. This should favor NDA Inferno with their Echo rather than the Venture. But this mid-rotation fight has to favor NDA Inferno if they want to keep the lead.
And they have so many tools to make it work in their favor here as they choose to just rotate out towards the objective here. But UD Phoenix has already beat them there. So now it is this poke war back and forth as the cap's going to come through for UD Phoenix, and there's no way to really stop it. You're seeing them in NDA Inferno slowly take control of this high ground using those Orisa cooldowns. Oob dropped so incredibly low, it forces the sound barrier out from Cozy, who's going to get responded by Subpar using the sound barrier in turn. Indika able to take out their mirror before falling themselves, so no Orisas on the field for either of these squads. It comes down to everybody else. Sorry is going to commit this overclock into this one, but they're not going to be able to find much yet. Now it's Shy taken out, finding their opposition. It really is going to be the Venture in the face that could spell disaster here. Digging underground with that Burrow, the duplicated sound barrier from Miyuki is going to keep everybody healthy for a moment here. Venture finally falling, but this entire time UD has been in control of the point, and it's just been ticked up so much.
I mean, the flip comes through all the same, though, and NDA Inferno are pretty happy with that. Need a pause by the looks of things, fair enough to them. I mean, I will say with NDA Inferno, now they've got long sight lines, they can really play with this window, so they are going to be a little bit more comfortable. We've got another Eliana Ventral coming online, and so far she's been pretty quiet from them. Has been able to buy zoning, yeah, but you can't really zone that much here, so I don't think they'll be able to find a crazy amount of impact unless they go a lot more aggressive than historically we've seen from them. NDA Inferno still could win this out, but UD Phoenix, we kind of have to say, have a bit of a leg up now.
Yeah, just a quick little tech pause. We're heading back on into the series here. And yeah, they've got the tools to work with here, but this next fight, it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see how it ends up going. I mean, this Terror Surge, again, in the choke, could be a bit of a Gandalf cosplay, this time from Indica Dome. But I do think you have to build your fight plan around this window. They begin to walk now, and UD Phoenix won the opposing high ground now.
Yeah, they're trying to hold this distance here, but they're going to have to eventually close it to make their way onto the objective. Venture dropping incredibly low, able to live for the time being, and they're forcing the fight on the objective, and there's no contest, so there's going to be a free flip now with the Terror Surge coming out from Indica, trying to come back into this one. The Terror Surge is mirrored on both sides. Soup is going to get the worst of it, dropping so incredibly low, but the tectonic shock from the Venture behind is going to help that Orisa stay nice and healthy here, and now it is just the entirety of NDA Inferno fighting short-handed. They're running out of gas in the tank. Being able to take out Frostbite, that's a nice trade. The Amplification Matrix was dropped for Tycho before Tycho ended up falling, and that sound barrier from Posey is super, super crucial here, but they're not finding any picks. The longer this fight goes, now NDA Inferno, they're able to commit their own sound barrier, keep everybody healthy. Soup is removed from the fight. Sari's coming up massive with yet another overclock here. That's already two, potentially a third. The Venture able to punish them, but not for long, and UD Phoenix, despite their best efforts, get flipped on once more.
I mean, what a chaotic fight on the objective, but when all's said and done, when the bar fight's finished, it is NDA Inferno who are in control. There will be another attempt to recontest from UD Phoenix. Both of them have to wait for their one remaining member. That's Sori and Eliana. But once they're back, then we'll have one fight to decide the series. Do UD Phoenix's attempts end here, or do they extend play? Let's find out.
It's going to be difficult. The only ultimate online for either squad is going to be Miyuki's duplicate, and chooses the Orisa. And so now two tanks are on the field, and Sari coming up big again, already removing Frostbite from the entire ensuing fight. Sari with so many rail kills at the hands of the duplicate and Terra Surge. And despite UD's best efforts, the Phoenix is extinguished, and Inferno blazes on in this bracket.
It came down about as close as could be, but it looks like NDA Inferno were able to close it out 3-0. I mean, they had me worrying, I'll put it that way. It looks like the reverse sweep had come through on Flashpoint 2-3 times even, perhaps, but they were able to clutch out in the end. Sorry, a lovely three-piece to put a bow on top of things. NDA Inferno will continue further into the bracket of Kunoichi Kommotion. UD Phoenix have been eliminated. 3 teams remaining, I believe. And I'm just curious to see, in the matchup between NDA Inferno, in their rematch, in fact, who wins? Who goes through to grand finals to actually play up against our new and unsuspecting first grand finalists? Only time will, of course, tell, and that is, of course, a question for another day. For now, we can just give our commiserations to the losers and props to the victors.
Yeah, fun little weekend tournament, but unfortunately there has to be losers for there to be winners. UD Phoenix, you made it to bracket stage, you had some fun, you got some good fight wins in there, and it was fun to watch y'all. But yeah, NDA Inferno, they come out with a massive victory, but now a behemoth, an angry behemoth, is going to stand in their way come tomorrow in that lower final, because, even though they lost today, I promise this is not the match I would be wanting to go towards.
Yeah, it's a rough matchup tomorrow as well, of course. I think Kunoichi Kommotion action will continue tomorrow. We're going to have the finale of all 3 tournaments, I do believe. That's Kunoichi Kommotion, EU Open, NA Rising, of course, which you've just been watching, and NA Open as well. All of those should be fantastic, so make sure you tune in tomorrow, starting, I believe, at about 7 p.m. UK time. So that's when all the action will be going down. that's been everything for us, though, right now. I think I've been Spectron. Megalas has been the amazing play-by-play caster. Unless you've got anything else to say, Megalas, I think that's us signing off.
I agree. Sign off.